the term. Casey's been keeping me posted on the last tennis match of the season. They've been playing since 4 and they just won. And they all won. I'm so excited for them. Alrighty. Hey, how are you? Finally, 12th time. Yeah. Don't get me going, Harold. Just waiting on Angela. You can go. Yeah. Greetings all, and as you can see, there's a different face here in the chair. Rachel is not available tonight, so I'll be covering for her. There's an echo going on. Got you. Are we all set? Any echo? I think we got it. Very good. And I'm calling the meeting, the May 20th board meeting to order. Let's all rise if you're able and. Thank you all. Doreen, would you call the roll?
Jennifer Ladd. Here. Roger Beely.
Here.
James Hebert.
Here.
Rick Munking.
Here.
And Bennett Flanders.
Here. Thank you. We do have a quorum with Ben, voting member tonight in lieu of a regular, well, Rachel's not being there. Approval of the minutes. The meeting from April the minutes were provided to the planners here. Seeking a motion to accept.
So moved.
So moved by James,
Second.
second by Ben. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Move approved. The April planning board minutes. Next item for consideration is 4.01 public hearing, proposed amendments to chapter 405B site plan review ordinance section 4.D parking areas, pedestrian ways, space and alternative transportation, landscape buffering and green space, outdoor storage, appendix material list, plant material list, and chapter 405B-1 design standards for commercial districts. I believe, Autumn, you're going to take the lead on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is what we lovingly call the Landscape Ordinance Consolidation Project, and it has been going on for quite some time. The planning department, in conjunction with long-range planning, started working on our site plan ordinance and our commercial design standard consolidation a little over a year ago. So we did lighting first. This is the landscaping section. After this, we will have architecture and site layout and a little bit of signage, and we will be complete. So I'll just go through. This is a very long process. As you can see, we've been working on this for quite some time. Primarily a long-range planning committee exercise, but we also had Conservation Commission weigh in on the plant list. And we also sought outside professional assistance with this as well. So I'm just going to go very quickly. In your packet, you have a color-coded version, and I know it might be a bit unorthodox, but the color code really describes where the words came from. So the blue are the commercial design standards, the purple is the site plan, and then green is new. So those are the changes or the additions or deletions that have occurred with the long range planning committee process. So in each section, the purpose, it's just been redefined. Applicability, it just really quantifies that this does not apply to single family or two family units. And then there's general standards and definitions. Definitions have just really been added for some clarification. And feel free to stop me as we go along if you have any questions. So the next few slides are some diagrams, very simplify, just to tell you what each of the standards mean and how they can apply. This is just a sample site. It's a 1 acre, 10,000 square foot retail space, the parking that would be on it. And so the way the landscape ordinance is laid out is that there is a minimum requirement for each type of use based on, is it retail, commercial, mixed use, multifamily. And so this particular one, it's 15% of the site has to be landscaped. And so there's this overarching 15%, and there's an overarching number of trees and shrubs that you have to have on the site. So this is your first set of criteria. So this site needs at least 13 trees and 26 shrubs. And how you get there are through the other standards. So the buffer yard standards, you require a 10-foot buffer yard, and then there's a tree at a rate of every 30 feet. So this particular site would need 7 trees. So that would count towards that 13. Then you have residential adjacency standards also. This particular site doesn't have that, but if it did, it would have additional landscaping if it had an R2 or R3, something to that effect zoning next to it. Parking lot screening is not required since there's no parking in front of this building. But if there were parking, then a parking lot screen would go in addition in that 10-foot landscape area. But for this particular example, you're looking at a parking island, 1 per 15 spaces. So this site needs 3 islands, and each island needs 1 tree and 4 shrubs. And then the entryways for all sites basically need 1 tree and 4 shrubs on either side. So again, these all count towards that minimum. So vehicular use area, there's a 5-foot perimeter landscaped area around the site that's required. And then foundation landscaping is the final. And so this is defined as a 5-foot planting bed and then 1 shrub per 4 to 6 feet. So this is what the site would look like. And you can see that they are
missing a few trees. So you go back to the minimum that is required, and this site needs 3 additional trees. Each site is gonna be a little bit different. For most of the examples that I've gone through, larger sites, the minimum is not a problem to get to, but this is a smaller site, so it's just showing how the 3 trees would be placed on it. The entryway trees, the streetscape, foundation plantings, all of those count towards that minimum. So that's how this section is laid out. So then you get into screening, service and mechanicals, and we've added some clarification for the height for dumpster screening. And then outdoor storage, there's a planning board review section. Landscape preservation and protection, it's not required, but if you are going to preserve and protect trees, we've added how to do that. And this comes up with this board quite a bit, but now we have standards. So the planning board said, okay, you're going to preserve and protect those 3 trees. We have something in the ordinance that says how you do that. Site amenities is just really collecting the site amenity standards and sections and putting them in this. Alternative transportation and bicycle facilities are included. There is a rate for bicycle facilities included in the draft. And then snow storage, we've added very specific requirements for snow storage and how to do that and how it can be taken care of through the site plan process. Finally, the big one, there's an approved plant list. This one added specifications for native and North American species, and it also updated the minimum sizes. There's preferred species and there's also alternative species. The color-coded version, you can see where each tree or shrub came from, whether it be the professional input, Conservation Commission, existing, staff research. So I think we have a really good list of plants in this draft. And we also have some flexibility for how to reach those minimum standards. You don't have to have all of the preferred species, but there's some flexibility for some creative architectural or landscape architecture input. Installation guarantee and maintenance. This is just been clarified. We've also added a stipulation that all landscaping should be installed within 6 months of CO. This is a pretty common problem that I've seen since I've been here. People will pay their performance guarantee, a couple $1,000s for landscaping, not gonna worry about it. And so they'll never install the landscaping because the $2,000 maybe is not worth it. So we've been more consistent on what we are requiring for performance guarantee, but also having this in place, I think will get us closer to it. We kept the 6 months because there is climate. So you have to have some flexibility in that regard. The landscape plan, I'm really excited about this. We added basically a blank template that it outlines everything that's required and everything that is proposed. And I think it'll make our review and your review a lot easier, and it lays it all out very simply. So there's a template included in the ordinance, and then there are specific waivers that the planning board can consider. So they're not blanket waivers. Now the waivers are identified through specific, if this, then you can ask for that. So that's how it's laid out. And I can answer any questions. The next steps, this will go to town council on June 5th for a public hearing there and second reading.
Thank you, Autumn. This item is up for public comment. Anybody in the audience or online wish to make a comment on this proposed ordinance? Feel free. Step up to the booth. Don't all be shy. Anybody online? Seeing none, I'm closing public comment and I'll open it up generically to the board here. I want to just one quick question, Autumn. What was the thought in changing the multifamily percentage from 20 to 15?
So originally, Long Range Planning Committee wanted this to be 20%, but the 15% is in line with the impervious cover maximums. So you can, for multifamily dwellings, you can do 15% impervious. And so we wanted to make sure that it coincides. I didn't want you to be able to park or have more paved and have landscaping. So if we
Gotcha.
ever, right now it matches nicely, but if
Okay.
we reconsider it, there's some wiggle room for that.
And my final comment is under 19, I guess. I appreciate the flexibility that has been built in here for the planning board to be able to, work with developers in trying to get the best effort and the best product out of the site plan review. So from my standpoint, this is appreciated, and I think it gives a little bit of flexibility to be able to give and take as we go down the road with this. So thank you for that. Again, I'll open it up to any, Roger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Couple about procedures. When a developer comes into the planning department, they're gonna see they'll have access to the land, the plantings, just like with the lighting.
Correct.
So there's really no reason anybody should come before this board with the incorrect information.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, okay, all right.
Go all along.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, it hasn't been the case though.
That is really the goal, to create a more consistent and complete packet for you all. So you're really considering those waivers and the minor tweaks and the important things.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question, under the site amenity requirements. In particular, I want to ask you about seating and bike racks,
Mhm.
all right? Seating, I've always had a little problem with that. Yeah, I spent my whole life in business. And we've had a number of businesses come before us. And I can cite a more recent one, the one on Spring Street. You know, the one right across from Target.
Mhm.
You know, the house,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Oh, mhm.
All right, now they're required to put in a bike rack, seating.
Mhm.
Now, to me, that's so unlikely that anybody will go to that facility and say, "Phew, I gotta sit down before I go in." From a business point of view, I think it's just so impractical. So I was wondering if there was much discussion. In fact, when I think about businesses around the greater Portland area, personally, I don't think there's many other than restaurants or any place where people will be gathering and waiting to go in. But any business where somebody's gonna be going directly in there to do their business, and then they wanna get out and go do whatever they have. I just find it so impractical, and the word shall is included there, so there's no, wiggle room there at all. That's a pretty defined word. So I just wondering whether there was much discussion about that.
There wasn't, because the purple this is an existing requirement. And
I
I think,
understand.
yeah, and I think the seating actually, for that sort of instance, the construction, that seating may be for their employees or for someone who's going in and tells their children to sit outside. It's not necessarily that I'm walking to that facility to have a seat, but it provides an amenity to the patrons. And I think that we're hearing that people want sidewalks and pedestrian access and bike lanes, and people want to be out and about in our community, and having stops along the way at businesses seems smart. And I think that's why it's still in there.
So I'm gonna continue to be troubled by that. Okay.
Roger, I'll just give you an example. My wife likes to shop a lot and I don't. And I just as soon go and sit outside the store on a chair while she shops.
Okay, well,
So I appreciate having a bench there.
that's understandable, and I can appreciate that, and I do the same thing, okay? But if you're going someplace like to an HVAC, building, for whatever reason, to me, from a business point of view and a logical point of view, you don't get there and say, geez, I gotta take a break and sit here before I go in and contemplate my thoughts, what I'm gonna say. It just seems, I wish it wasn't shall. I wish we had some leeway on that. Like, prefer or urge or something like that. And like I say, other than restaurants, and that's where, or shopping, okay? Report or downtown Portland, wherever it is, okay? But it just bothers me, okay? I think it's an imposition on businesses. It's not a practical thing. And if the business if the business, recognize that they do have customers who want to come and maybe sit there for some reason, I think they would probably make some accommodation for that. In terms of their employees, I think their employees would prefer to be on a picnic bench or something out in the back instead of right out front by the door, you know, so. Anyways, that's one issue I had. And the other one was on the bike racks. And if I understand it, there's a bike rack for every 10 parking spaces.
Mhm.
Now, that seems like a lot of bike racks to me. I mean, how many does Costco? How many bike racks does Costco have? Do they have?
They don't have that many.
I mean, is that realistic too?
You may want to put a maximum, or you may recommend that that gets looked at a little bit, but it is a lot. There was some discussion about this one.
Yeah.
So that might be something that, you know, the board may want to weigh in on.
See, to
And it
me-
may be 1 per 10 for a specific kind
Yeah.
of use.
See, to me, again, if you're a business that's catering to the public, you know, where you expect people to be coming in,
Mhm.
you're gonna do whatever, just like in the winter, you're gonna shovel your sidewalk or clear your sidewalk to let people come in. You're gonna make accommodations. And I think, that ratio may be a little
Mhm.
extreme, you know, so, that, I just wanted to weigh in on that, so.
Thank you, Roger. James?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I remember going to Blue Seal and Window with my grandfather, and I would have loved any distraction. I feel like if we don't use shall, then no one will do it, but I think a bench is a small give back to the town. Maybe quantity of bike racks, like we could probably talk about, but a bench I think is fine. It's very well thought out. Thank you, Autumn. It's much needed direction, especially for like the native versus non-native delineation that we've had multiple conversations on. And I think it's a good step forward to something that's more sustainable and responsible for site design, especially on developed properties, rather than seeing them just get replaced by grass. So, thanks.
Thanks, James. Jennifer?
Well, actually, I just have a question based on what Roger said. Is the bench or actually a number of these things waivable by request? So an applicant, if they didn't, okay.
No, it's not listed in the
It's not
waivers.
in the list. I read the list and I
Yeah.
appreciated having the list, but I just couldn't remember if it was in there. Okay. I do also think that's a relatively minor addition, and I think in most cases that would be helpful. And we're currently asking for it anyway. A note on the requirement for landscaping at entryways. I don't know if there's any way to sort of wordsmith this, or if it would be more appropriate if we handle it at the planning board level, but I would just want to make sure that anything planted specifically intended to be planted at an entryway, driveway, doesn't impede site distance.
This is right, got it.
Another comment about plants, just in his absence, I feel like it's worth asking if Noah had a chance to provide any comment, or did he provide any comment or feedback? I know the plant list is always something I don't know, like I know what's invasive in my own yard, but I'm not,
He has not provided.
okay,
info.
all right. He does seem to know some of that off more quickly. Additionally, on the bike racks, I think there's a typo actually. My guess is that you intended to reference the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals.
Yes,
And I
yes.
think it says something else.
It's
Pick up.
caught in the real one, but not
Okay.
the color, yeah.
Also, there's a number of national level bike design guides, so we don't have to guess. Maybe you've already done this, but if not, there's a lot of other guidance on bike parking rates and things like that. And one of those documents is the AASHTO guide for the development of bicycle facilities, which if you look that up, you will find The current version is from 2012. And, but that is currently in draft form, and I believe is a revised version of that is expected to come out later this year. So I'm not sure how that
Oh, okay.
might line up with this.
Do you think that would be a better
Revision.
source?
Probably, or in addition to even this would be a
I should
suggestion.
also wordsmith it a bit too, so it's not a specific source, but it's a
Yeah.
an accepted practice
Sure.
standard, something to that effect.
Mhm. And then lastly, there was a reference to bike routes, bus routes and bike routes.
Mhm.
And I, we have some bus routes in town, but we don't have very many. And so, similarly for bikes, actually, maybe even less. So I'm just curious if, again, there's an opportunity there to reword that to be current or planned bus or bike routes, or some other metric for defining that, I guess.
Gotcha.
Because we don't have a defined bike
Right.
facility doesn't mean someone isn't gonna ride their bike there. There's a bike parked out front here today, but there's no dedicated bike lanes to get here. But no bike rack. So I know it's in the works, but just an example.
That's actually my bike.
That's all I've got.
Is that it, Jennifer? Thank you. Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate, and agree with, Jennifer's comments there as well. I was just saying that is my bike outside, and I mentioned to Autumn before, I keep requiring bike racks and there aren't any here. That's okay. We'll get there. I do want to ask though, what is a bike parking facility?
A bike
Like-
rack.
Well, I understand, but does it have a room for 2 bikes? Does it have room for 20 bikes?
It's supposed
You
to
see what
be.
I'm getting at?
And I think the reason the wording is like this, because it could be a bike rack or it could be an internal space, maybe in a multifamily apartment. So it has some flexibility there. And that's why it's the location is subject to the approval, because I did get some input for several multifamily developers that being able to do something inside is desired rather than a bike rack.
Yeah.
So that's why it's written like that.
Okay. I do agree though with some of the comments that 1 for every 10 parking spaces might, if it's meant to be like a 10 bike rack thing or something, that can get pretty excessive. And
Mhm.
suddenly you're gonna have a parking lot just full of bike racks that are unused all over town. Which, maybe we all turn to bikes and no one drives anymore. That would be great, but I don't see that happening soon. But I really appreciate the list of waivers. That's really helpful to have that, not have to dig through each little bit and see, is this one waivable? Is this one waivable? And it's also for developers. I know we've been asked prior, in certain cases, can you waive this requirement? We just have a list of what we can and can't waive, and under what circumstances. That's really very helpful for them and for us, and saves everyone some time. So I think in general, it's a great job. I really appreciate this. So thanks for all the hard work. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, I'll conclude by saying I kind of agree with the 10 per the bicycle parking ratio. I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe look at it from, when we developed the EV charger ordinance, it was based on building size. And wondering if maybe that might be a way to make considerations that we could, because there's no way you need 69 bicycle, in my opinion, 69 bicycle racks or spaces would be needed at the Costco based on 694 parking spots.
Behind bikes.
Yeah, well, that too. And then we have to have extended bike lanes, right? So I'm just wondering if maybe it could get tied to something like that. But overall, I think you're hearing from this board that this is a well-crafted plan for moving forward now. It takes into consideration our comprehensive plan. It takes into consideration what's going on in the marketplace today, and it builds in some infrastructure that is likely to be needed as we move forward. And so I appreciate the efforts from long-range planning as well as your staff, Autumn, in providing this for us. Do you have what you need?
I do, yes, thank you.
Roger?
Just one more question for Autumn. Bike spaces, that's not, is that still being, I mean, not bike spaces, parking spaces for like restaurants? That's
Oh,
still being
It
considered?
is, yes.
Okay,
That one's gonna take a bit of time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, sure. James, you have
Yeah,
one
just-
more?
Sorry, one more quick thing. I apologize. I know we got a lot tonight. Is it an option to make the quantity for bike racks a waiver? And that way you can let the applicant make their argument. If they don't want to do 10, if they feel like
Sure.
they can do less or fewer, rather, they can just make it a waiver and then they can have the board at that time make a determination whether you need 69 bike racks there or fewer. That way, like, everybody can see if like if it's an out of way spot, they may not need that many bike racks and they can make the argument.
It's a good idea, in my opinion.
The burden of proof is on the applicant. Yep, I like it. All right, seeing no further comments, and you're all set? Very good. Then we will move forward to item 4.02 consent item. This is for the Converse Liveaway Hotel on 83 Muzzy Road. Eric, you want to give us a brief?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Aaron Converse is currently in front of the planning board requesting approval for a hotel of 110 rooms on Muzzy Road. After last month's review by the planning board, the applicant has addressed all outstanding stormwater and civil engineering peer review comments from Haley Ward, with the exception of a notation on an operation and maintenance plan. The applicant has provided that updated plan with the requested notation to staff. So staff is now recommending approval with the conditions noted. Most notably, those conditions are to provide a performance guarantee for work in the public right-of-way on Muzzy Road, as well as the applicant going into an agreement with the town for a stormwater maintenance agreement. A draft motion has been provided for the board's consideration, and with that, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric. And for the applicant? Do we not have?
Can you hear me?
Very good. I forgot we had the technology.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is Steve Kelserinos with Labella Associates on behalf of West 77 Partners, developer of the Liveaway Suites Hotel at 83 Mussey Road. I think we've been before the board a number of times, and most recently was, I think, via Zoom. And we've worked with staff diligently, as well as the town's traffic engineer and third-party engineer reviewing this project as well. And I believe it's reflected in the staff comments and recommendation. We've addressed all the outstanding items, and I guess we're just asking tonight for approval conditioned on meeting any final staff items that have been listed.
Thank you, Steve. This item is open for public comment. Anybody wishing to make a public comment, please step up to the podium. We'll check online. Everybody's quiet tonight. This is boring. No hands up.
I like
Closing
it.
public comment, and I'm going to turn this over to the board in no particular order. It's been before us a couple of times now, and this is on the consent agenda. So it appears that they've worked with staff and have massaged this to the point where they're in compliance with our ordinances. And I'll just open it up to anybody that wishes to make any further comments on this. Roger?
Yeah, I guess I'll ask Angela on the staff memos on the stormwater. Has that been satisfied? It's regarding, it says here, the board may want to consider the impacts of additional sand and salt. usage at the site.
So at the last planning board meeting, there was a conversation with the board around winter operation because the site is so flat and there is such a long way for runoff to travel. And so there's icing concerns. The second piece of that though is if you have a maintenance plan that is to just put a lot of salt down, it means it goes directly into the stream. Which is also concerning. So it's really about finding that balance. So that's where I know we provided that comment back to the Live Away team and they modified that. I believe we've got an updated.
Yep, and it's been included as condition number 1 F in the draft motion as well.
Okay, so we're basically, everybody's satisfied with that then? Okay,
So there's a final review of that, but based on that comment, it sounds like they updated it.
okay,
So we haven't had a full review of that yet.
okay, good. I'm all set, thanks.
Thanks, Roger. Anybody else? Then I move to approve project title Live Away Scarborough, proposed by Aaron Converse. The project is depicted in plan set prepared by Labella Associates dated 4/29/24. The application is approved with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. And if you need to have a break, by all means, take a break now because it's a 2-pager. The project will include construction of a 110-room hotel and parking lot at 83 Muzzy Road. This approval is in accordance with the approved master plan, also approved by the planning board on June 5th, 2023, and allows up to 80,000 square feet of area per unit of occupancy. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinance with the following waivers and conditions. The waivers. Site plan review ordinance section 4.b.1.d to locate the driveway closer than 125 feet from the tangent point of the curb of any intersection. The development entrance is located 60 feet from the tangent point of the curb of the Gallery Boulevard and Muzzy Road intersection. Site plan review ordinance section 4.d.2 to reduce the minimum required drive aisle width from 25 to 24 feet. Conditions. Prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall schedule a pre-construction meeting. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. The below must be addressed prior to the scheduling of the pre-construction meeting. A, address comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 4/22/24. Address planning board comments discussed at the 5/20/24 meeting. Provide a performance guarantee for the cost of construction for off-site improvements. This shall be 150% of the estimated value of construction. Provide the full final plan set to the planning department. This shall include the site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. The applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419 Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. Update operations and maintenance plan to include measures to limit impact of sand, salt usage on the site. Payment of the Chapter 419 Stormwater Maintenance Agreement and reporting total of fee. This totals $750. Payment of all review fees and invoices. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall pay impact fees totaling $13,473.92. This is divided by Payne Road Zone 1 at $1,195.44, Payne Road Zone 2, $3,216.62, and Payne Road Zone 3, $5,988.60, and Payne Road Zone 5, $3,073.26. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and facility construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan, and they will function as intended by the plan. Provide an as-built plan for the site, including survey elevations of the new swale. This shall confirm the swale was built to plan and function as intended and is subject to review and approval by the engineering and technical services in the planning department. Request an inspection by the planning department to ensure compliance with this planning board approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Wow. All right. You want to take a roll call? Doreen, thanks.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Monking,
Yes.
and Bennett Peters.
Yes.
All right. Very well. That concludes that item. Welcome to Scarborough, and we have another hotel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your efforts on this one for us.
Good luck to you, Stephen.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. Next item will be 4.03. If I can find it on my agenda. You did give me a copy of that, right? 2, 3. This is 4.03 Bailey Seafood Site Plan Amendment, 165 Pine Point Road. Eric, you want to give us a brief?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ms. Bailey is currently requesting site plan approval by the board to reflect existing conditions at Bailey's Seafood up Pine Point Road. The plan would include the existing shed, dumpster, outdoor seating area, and include addition of an outdoor screened freezer area. Staff has included comment outlining previous issues that the board had brought up during a 2020 review for a site plan which was never approved, as well as issues with parking, access management, and lighting. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric. And for the applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Jim Fisher with Northeast Civil. I'm joined this evening by April Bailey, who owns the properties that we're talking about, specifically Bailey Seafood Restaurant on Pine Point. And I'd like to be able to just kind of go forward with a brief recap of the history of this. We were here last month or the previous month regarding an advisory opinion, and the board did choose to be able to forward that on to the zoning board. At the time, we met with the zoning board earlier this month, and the zoning board by unanimous decree decreed that yes, it could open up again. What that means is that the restaurant was actually closed for 2 full seasons, primarily because they had some issues initially with COVID, as did many other establishments, including restaurants. And then unfortunately in 2021, the owner and proprietor of the restaurant, Stanley Bailey, died somewhat unexpectedly. And then to compound issues, that later that winter season, there was a series of frozen pipes during a very cold spell. And unfortunately, nobody was able to get to that or understand that for about 2 to 3 days. And there was some substantial damage done, not only to the pipes themselves, but to the restaurant itself. Then we get into this almost comedy of errors, except it's not funny. April Bailey approached then the insurance company, and the insurance company basically said, we will deal directly with your contractors as opposed to dealing with you directly. April was a permanent employee of the restaurant, but Stanley, her father, had done most of the business work toward that end. With Stanley's untimely demise, April essentially said, sure, go ahead and with the insurance company. The insurance company contracted with a local contractor to be able to go in and address these issues. And then the insurance company had some issues of themselves. They ended up going through, suffice it to say, 3 project managers over the course of a year, actually a little bit more than a year. One left of his own volition, one was asked to leave, and by the time the third one got involved, it was quite a long time. The problem being is that the contractor said, we're not doing anything further until we get paid for what we've already done. And the insurers were a little problematic in that regard. So we now find ourselves today where everything has been repaired and is ready to go. The ordinance for the town does state that if any restaurant which is non-conforming in the district in which it's located or the zone is closed for more than 1 year, then it has to come back before the zoning board, which we already did. But as Chair noted, we were here about 4 years ago before that application was pulled, and we discussed a lot with the board in terms of site plan review and making this establishment that's been there since the 50s. So we're talking about almost 75 years in operation, a little bit more conforming to what we're looking at right now in the district in which it's located, hence our reason for being here this evening. So again, what we did was we had a meeting with staff, a pre-presentation meeting with staff on the 8th. As Eric mentioned, we went over a few things that were of concern to staff. You'll see some of these things in the staff comments. And what we're proposing basically is because this is predominantly a tourist season business restaurant, we would like to be able to have conditional approvals to allow the restaurant to actually open. Typically, the tourist season runs from Memorial Day through Indigenous Peoples' Day or the middle of October. In this case, it would be, we're asking for the opening to be soon, Memorial Day-ish. And April will work on these relatively minor considerations or easily dealt with considerations during this period. And then we will work with staff to the point where, or the board again, if it's up your pension to do that, again, at the end of the season, to be able to make sure that everything is copacetic in terms of these conditions of approval. And if they're not, then it won't open, and we'll put this on the plan. This is a condition itself. Then the restaurant would not be allowed to be open next year. So everything post-tourist season opening will be then dealt specifically in the autumn and then later than that. Now, I'd like to be able to take you through very briefly what some of these are. One is the site access. There is a section of the site that had a connection, albeit a temporary connection, a driveway connection, that was done between properties in question and the house immediately behind them on Blue Point Road. That's actually April Bailey's house. There was an issue, a personal issue that necessitated her to be able to get more ease of access at that time. That issue has since subsequently been resolved, was a little over a year ago. So that driveway, I'll call it, and you'll see that in the red circle in your area, that has been revegetated. However, it does need to still be reseeded. The revegetation initially, a lot of it took, a lot of it didn't, as far as the seeding is concerned. So we do propose to be able to reseed that or add to the seed that's already been there to turn it back into the lawn that it was. In conjunction with that, we'll work with staff regarding the plantings. There are over 100 trees that were planted along the perimeter of this site. And there was a small gap where that temporary driveway was located. It's about 30 feet wide. We'll certainly augment that either with the same plantings or any plantings that staff might recommend in terms of primary species, nothing invasive. So that's not the issue. And then more importantly, perhaps site access, and this is what we dealt with a few years ago. When this property was originally developed back in the 50s, the pavement, before there was zoning in this regard, there was just continual pavement all the way across. And we prefer not to have that. We, meaning the town, prefers not to have that, the state, et cetera. And April is absolutely fine with this. So what this means is that we would propose two entrances, exit and entrance and exit, between the 24 and 30-foot width that is required by ordinance. And the rest of that area, primarily the area that's in the middle, to be able to address that immediately, we propose to be able to put in the half-barrel planters that we typically see in situations like this with the white chains or the ropes between them, so that we actually close off a good portion of this contiguous pavement and actually focus incoming and outgoing traffic into the respective entrances and exits that will be there.
And you're referring to the area where the telephone pole is?
Basically, that area of the telephone pole, that would actually be part of that which is sealed off.
Okay.
At least that can be immediate. But we'd like to be able to do this in more respects than just chains across or the white plastic chainers kind of thing across the half barrels. We will actually turn that into a raised curbed island with an esplanade, a grass esplanade and some plantings. But as you can imagine, that would be rather challenging to do in conjunction with the restaurants opening for the season. So that's the kind of thing that we would like to be able to ask the board to put on as a condition of approval for the autumn or later in the year, but before the end of the year, so that we are pursuant to any respective permits from the town in that regard or from the state, that we will deal with that then. Parking, when we met with the staff beforehand, one of the things that the codes officer indicated is that there is a couple of feet shy of some of the parking spaces at the back of the building, near where the shed is that you see there, and the actual cooler, the exterior cooler. So what we're proposing is, for at this point in time, there are 5 parking spaces that we can eliminate, at least albeit temporarily, to the extent that we would then expand the parking area. And that elimination will allow for more than is necessary as far as internal traffic pattern data. So we won't have any issues with the 18 feet versus the 20 up to the 25 feet. That also would be the condition of approval. Landscaping, we did request one waiver as far as the landscaping is concerned because of the 100+ trees that were already planted there. We can certainly augment them if we wish. We can work with staff toward that end. But in conjunction with Mr. Bailey, when he was living, having cut a lot of these trees that were approaching the end of their life and were proving a danger, one actually falling on or toward the house. When those were eliminated, they went back in, they planted 101 arborvitae trees. So we're not really sure, and that's, as you can see, that's the row of trees that's along Blue Point. And then in the back of the southern area of the area behind the restaurant. That house, by the way, that you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that's actually April Bailey's house. But it's a residential structure, so the planting was done as well. So in that regard, unless the board has any other penchant, we would request that we don't need to really present a formal landscaping plan because it's already been planted with 100 trees that are now fairly substantially growing. They're kicking into their growth period. And these are white cedars or arborvitae, and they're going to start growing very quickly. And they will get up to about 25 to 30 feet tall eventually, actually to the point where they're going to end up having to be thinned out. But until that point, we'll leave them where they are. Lighting, there's a question about some lighting on site. We are prepared and actually are working on now. The electrician hoped to be here this evening to be able to state this, but he wasn't able to make it. Convert the permanent lighting that is typically turned off in the evening, but there was a night or two when he was working on these lights that he left them on. It was not on the automatic switch. So what we're proposing is to have those on the timer with a screen that would allow for motion sensor. As any business you can imagine, particularly in a primarily residential area, this business has experienced minor vandalism in the past and some parking areas where people tend to pull in behind the parking lot and do what they will. So toward that end, this would be motion sensing lighting as well, but they would be on a timer. So that when the restaurant does close or shortly thereafter, until the following morning, actually it's not open in the morning, so it doesn't really make any difference, but those lights would be off, subject to motion. Temporary outdoor seating, Stanley had had added an impervious surface concrete pad that is to the east of the restaurant. This was about 7 or 8 years ago, and on that pad is located some of the outdoor seating as far as picnic tables. The parking is not an issue as far as the tables are concerned and the seating thereof, but the pad was added after zoning. So there is a portion of this overall property that is not grandfathered regarding stormwater. Right now, some of that stormwater goes into the grassed area, some of it goes across the parking lot. We will actually attenuate that as far as the engineering is concerned regarding stormwater pursuant to the pension of the board. And be able to have that to staff for staff review. We spoke with Angela about that as well, and at this presentation meeting we had, and we're happy to address that so that we can take care of all the stormwater from that area actually on the restaurant site. There too is a condition that we would take care of before the end of the year after the tourist season is done. And then finally, the interior work. That's not really a condition of approval so much. That's a standard fire department standard because it's a restaurant. But we can certainly add that as a condition. That's not really an issue as far as we're concerned. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any comments.
Thank you, Jim. This item is open for public comment. Anybody wishing to make a comment, please step up to the podium, name and address, limited to 3 minutes. I will let the community know that we received a couple of letters regarding one having to do with the lighting and several other letters were received in support of this. But at this point, it's open for public comment. Welcome.
My name is Karen McKechnie. I live at 2 Iris Drive. So the property that abuts April Bailey's house, just on the exact left side of the plan that was up there earlier. So I just came here tonight because I just wanted to share some of my thoughts. I moved to Scarborough to this property 10 years ago. And when we first moved in, my now late husband and I were so excited about Bailey's. And we had at the time very young kids, and we were excited to be able to, we would walk down Old Blue Point Road back the back of our house, and we'd take the wooded path to the back of Bailey's, and it was like, this is awesome. That feeling of awesomeness shifted about 5 years ago. Well, for me, it shifted on September 20th, 2018, when Darren came to my property to tell me that they were cutting down all of the trees. So I remember the day clearly for many reasons. But for those of us that are residents that live near there, it has changed. It has changed where we live. I want Bailey's to reopen, absolutely. I love that we live in Pine Point. I love that we have restaurants that open up and we become a summer area. That's pretty cool to say we live in a summer place. So I'm all for it. I still want to be able to walk and get ice cream. A lot of my neighbors are asking when the ice cream will open. I just want to make sure that we're doing it where it makes sense and we're all being good neighbors to each other. So I think of the lighting, we were talking about motion censored. I don't know how that works, and on a timer. You know, at one point I had read, and this used to always be open on the weekends throughout the whole year. So when it gets dark at 4:30, it may not seem like it when you stand at Bailey's and you look at my house, it may seem far away, but when you're standing in my bedroom window, you're standing in my living room, you're standing in my downstairs bedroom, the bright light that's on the peak shines right in. There's going to be new dumpsters, larger dumpsters, technically closer to my house. I'm worried about the noise. The dumpster pickup schedule is typically Mondays and Fridays. That has been the schedule over the years at 7 a.m. Larger dumpsters makes me think more noise. And then with the lighting and it just goes back to the lack of trees. We can't bring back trees. Yes, they planted 100. They are slow growing arborvitaes. Some have died. But the lighting, I don't know, with not even just motion censored, can it be, oh, this didn't start. I don't know where I'm at for timing. I don't know if it could be
20 seconds.
less bright, less shocking. Because again, on the weekends in the winter at 4:30, motions, that's still gonna be on and it's open till 9. So as you said, after that. So I just want to make sure that we can come to an agreement and, hopefully make it so those of us that live next door that love Bailey's, it can go back to where we're like, oh yeah, the lights, they fix those issues, put in some mature trees. Just a few will help with the sounds, help with the smell, and would help with the lighting. So I think that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Cohen. I live at 1 Irish Drive, across the street from Karen. And I just would like to reiterate all the points she just brought up. The sadness of all those trees disappearing several years ago was unbelievable. And the trees used to block the light, block the sound, block a lot of things. So I know we can't get those trees back. I wish we could. But the lighting is an issue. I don't have small children, but I do have a back deck and I have a living room and a screen porch and a kitchen that the light kind of beams in, and a guest bedroom. So anything we could do to change the lighting, the brightness, the angle of it. I understand about the wanting to be secure and safe on the property. And I definitely want the ice cream to open and the seafood place as well, because they're very handy to have right there. So I appreciate you listening to our comments. And thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dan Lambert, and I lived at 153 Old Blue Point Road, right directly across the street from the restaurant. And I'm Jim Fisher, nice to meet you, but I do disagree with you on the trees. They are preponderous, but there were 100 of them, they were 100 feet tall, so there's a lot of 4 foot in that when they harvested the trees. So I disagree with you on that. Anyway, we have the issue with the lighting, we have the issue with the dumpster, we have the issue with people coming to do deliveries at odd times in the morning. We're still trying to sleep and they're coming. And they're throwing up their back door of their vehicles and they're unloading. And I called the cops and I was told to just follow through on paperwork and call the cops. And by the time the cops come, those people are gone. So nothing gets done. I've talked to Brian Longstaff and he says, just keep calling. And I did the other night on the lights, and the cop that did come said that that's a zoning problem. I'm not sure if I can handle the zoning problem. So he was gonna go see and write an email to Brian Longstaff about that. And we're not sure what the result of that is. But can you go to the photographs, please? Especially the one with the slab out in front? No, the photograph, not the site plans. There's a photograph. You don't have a photograph? Oh, I do right here. Okay, so that site, that slab that's right there. There's no need for that to be there. I mean, it's 30 feet from my.
You said you had a photograph?
Yeah, give me a second, I'll find it. Right here.
Oh, the ones that are on the application.
Yeah, see, that's my house right there. And so we're looking at cars during the winter months.
Understand. Yep.
So in the winter, when the time changed and, it's dark out, I get headlights on my house, on my garage. It's ridiculous. And I understand that people are just coming at that point to buy, park, pick up and leave. But they don't turn their vehicles on, they don't turn their lights off, they just shine on our house all the whole time. And one comes, another one comes, and then another one after that. It's ridiculous. So I hope you don't give her a waiver and to open up, because it's ridiculous how she hasn't responded in 3 years on some of these issues. 3 years now. So April, are you gonna do that? Are you gonna respond?
We address the chair, please, and
Okay.
only the chair. Thank you.
I know she's there and we've had words in the past and I'm upset because nothing has gotten done on her part. Let's see, as far as the lighting, you could see that from the moon. It's so bright and it's ridiculous. And in the night lights, I was told they point to the ground. Well, they don't. They point at my garage. You can see a full shadow on my garage. And then she puts the other lights on to say that she is open. Well, I understand that she wants to be open, but that is just ridiculous. I mean, they're brighter than Palace Playland and a fun town. They don't need to be bright like that. And I don't know, I just hope you don't give her the waiver, because I don't think she deserves it until she follows through on what she was supposed to do 3 years ago. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I am going to go to the virtual land here real quick. Karen Shoup, I think you have your hand up.
Hi, Karen Shoup here. I also live on Pine Point Road, and I also serve as the town council liaison to the planning board. So a couple residents have reached out to me, and I think you've heard some comments tonight from the neighbors in the neighborhood there. I think you've heard everyone loves Bailey's. It's a staple in this neighborhood. I think everyone is pretty sympathetic to what they've been going through, but I don't think the issues that are going on here are little, as Mr. Fisher described. I think, as you heard from the neighbors, these are some big issues that have developed mostly since when the trees came down. And I think that's created an issue where I have to wonder if they're, in compliance with the good neighbor ordinance when we talk about lighting and noise and things like that. I think everyone wants them to continue in the neighborhood, but it's really hard for us to see them opening when these issues have been, standing for such a long time. And here we are, a couple days before Memorial Day and you guys are being asked to grant waivers that are pretty extensive. You know, I really asked the board tonight to really think about the landscape waiver. I mean, I just think that's totally unacceptable to request that, considering the amount of trees that came down and the impact that that has had. You know, when I look at the staff memo, I mean, it specifically says that the buffers are to shield from the abutting properties where those properties would be adversely impacted. I mean, I think you heard tonight the adverse effect that those trees have had. They have been there for years and they're not growing. I don't know much about landscaping, but I can tell you I have not seen really any growth in those trees, and they seem to be dying, some of them. You know, I think some of the concerns are there just seems to be stuff going on, not, you know, I know they were told to not have that site access, but just this evening tonight, I saw a truck basically parked right up against that driveway to the third residential property that they were told not to use. You know, when I was on the zoning board, they were denied access. They were denied their application to have the outdoor cook stations, but all the equipment is, all the piping is still out there. I think it would be really nice for the neighbors to see that they want to be a good neighbor and work with the neighbors and everyone here, and remember that we are in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? Please step up to the podium.
My name is Christy Brown, and I have, do you want me to start this? I don't know how.
I don't know how to operate.
My name's Christy Brown. I've worked at numerous restaurants down in Pine Point, the Clam Bake for 25 years. I worked at the Landing. I worked at Bailey's Seafood. As far as lighting goes, as far as a time, if you have a restaurant open at 9 o'clock, that takes orders till 9 o'clock, those people aren't going to leave for at least a half an hour, 45 minutes. You cannot turn lights off at that time. Now, as far as trees goes, those were hazardous. I mean, they were literally dying and they needed to come down. What if they had fallen on your property? Anyway, there is a lot of, I rode by a sign on Mr. Lambert's property for 2 years stating all this stuff about Bailey's, okay? That's kind of, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's fair either. That's defamation of character. I feel that they deserve to be open. You know, yeah, lighting, definitely. But if you drive down all of Pine Point Road, all of those restaurants have lights on all night long. And I'm pretty sure that some of them might be in a residential area. I don't know. Maybe I have some ignorance on that. But I'm pretty sure Blue Point, Pine Point Grill, Ken's Place, they have people around them that is the same predicament they're in. Anyway. Okay.
Thank you, Chrissy. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? Nobody else online? Seeing none, we're closed public comment, and I'll open this up to the board, although I want to say a few things before that. I read all the submissions that were sent in. I've heard public comment. I do think there are some areas in which April and her community of support people can work with the town to resolve some of these. I think one of the things I would look for is, based on what I heard tonight, potentially some larger trees in the line of the residences behind the location. I'd like to see the trees closing that gap in that driveway that was once there. And another attempt at really reseeding and maybe possibly putting in some sort of shrub or gardens that would be attractive and actually take hold in that area. In terms of the lighting, of course, James, I'm going to defer to you, but I do think we're in the LED world now. 8-foot fluorescent light bulbs are dinosaurs. we do need to bring the lighting and the lighting schedule and the lumens. We need to bring them up to the standards of our ordinance. So I would think that that would be something you would need to work with. And the ordinances are defined, and we do have schedule of on and off, lowering the lumens. And I think that could go a long way in establishing some goodwill for the community. In terms of the access in, I do like the idea of curbing that area and allowing for 2 entrances into that site. And I understand that you'd like to open sooner rather than later. I'm going to defer to the planning staff to make sure that in their professional experience, this is a doable thing that we can temporarily block off that area and create those 2 access points. When it comes to the pad, the concrete pad there, I want to make sure that there are good wheel stops. And it is a safe location for those that wish to dine outside and on the premise. The last I saw was some of those had been somewhat moved during probably plowing events. But we really need to make sure it's safe for those wishing to sit out there. I don't know if the curb stop or the wheel stops or some sort of bullions are necessary. But I would certainly want you to take a look at that. So those are my initial comments, and I open this up to my colleagues here in no particular order, but I'm looking to my left. And since you're on my left, James, no particular order, but I'm picking you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few comments that I'd like to make tonight. I'm not going to do them all at once. I'll talk about the lighting right now, and I have a few other things later that I'd like to chat about if I may. I would like to see just for this site, a new photometric plan drawn up as part of this revitalization that they're going to be going through on their site. I want to see full cutoff fixtures, 3000K, 80 CRI, all the new standards of the town. There are ways to light this place safely, securely, and paying respect to the neighborhood. Just having giant floodlights in the building, well, that has worked in the past. That's how you projected light out on the site. That's not how you do it anymore. And since we are on the site, and this is our opportunity to address these deficiencies in a way that's responsible for the town, the neighbors, and the business itself, this is our opportunity to do so. So I would want to see a new photometric plan drawn up for this entire site, directly addressing the issues with the folks who are across the street. And I guess relating to that as well, I'll stretch into a few other comments I have related directly to this. With the abrevieties, they can stay, they can remain there. And if they grow to their, what was their full height?
25 to 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet. And how old are they right now? Ish.
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years. And what's the full lifespan of them? Generally.
Don't know.
Yeah, okay. And I guess, do we know generally when they'll reach their full 25-foot potential?
They're labeled as quick growing trees relative to a lot of other trees that are out there.
Okay.
And they're the thickest ones that when they grow pretty thickly together. So
Yeah.
they will provide a great screen when that is. I mean, they are growing. Trees like that typically take a while to get assimilated into the soils. And when they do, and they have now, they start growing fairly quickly, and they continue to grow up to about that height, and then obviously they stop.
Gotcha. And I'm all for that. That would look really cool eventually when that does take place. But for this here, I would like to see, as part of a mitigation effort now, to see an entire row of either pine or some other sort of large spread tree that can go directly behind them as sort of a row, just to help buffer the existing homes that are there now. Because I know those will certainly grow faster, and those can give a much larger screen in this area. And if it gets to the point where the abrevieties are doing great, you don't need those other pines or whatever second row before, then you can take a look at that instance at that point. I guess continuing on, parlaying into the greenery, the access path that goes to the one-story dwelling out back. Explain to me definition between the difference between revegetated and reseeded.
Well, revegetation is a generic term. Basically, we're gonna put, some type of vegetation in an area that was impervious beforehand.
Mhm.
The stone, it was a stone dust path. That stone dust has been removed. Topsoil was brought in. I think one of the photographs you've got in your packet shows that. And then it was reseeded. Seed, just like a lot of yards, took relatively well, but not well enough.
Mhm.
So in conjunction with opening this season now, basically, April's going to reseed it.
Okay,
Or augment the seeding that's already been there. So it'll
great.
become a lawn, which is where it was before.
Okay. I guess I would like to see, when we get to the point of having this documented, I want to see this documented on the plan, that which particular type of reseeding that's going on there. I would also, and we can give this other board members for consideration as well, for planting some additional shrubbery or some sort of patch in that space as well. And again, talking about trees, sorry, I was going to break this up, but here we go. In back of the house between the ice cream stand and the area that was sort of clear cut. I'd love to see that reconstituted in some way, either in other saplings or some sort of like 5-year mature growth trees that can, something leafy, something large, something that can, again, fill the space in a responsible way. Pine trees seem to really grow well in this area, but I'd leave that up to our potentially new landscaping plan and my colleagues that can speak further about that. Really, in a lot of these projects we're seeing, everything is being cut down, and I think it's the goal of this board and with our new landscaping plan that we're gonna be adopting to try to reconstitute this in some way that's responsible, meeting a better good neighbor ordinance here. My last comment, and I'll take a break for right now. At the concrete pad, I believe Ms. Shoup mentioned that as well. I was on the ZBA at the time, the discussion of, or at least the stoppage of the installation of an electrical conduit and plumbing stub up. That was halted, and someone correct me if I am wrong, town, please. That was halted, and the floating electrical conduit and wire and piping was just sort of left there, open, uncapped, unkept. And I think that kind of poses a danger, even if the breaker is shut off. I don't even know if it is connected inside the building, but if someone were to flip that breaker on, you have potential live wire at the end, and that's just sort of been that way for a few years. So as part of any stipulation as we go forward, I'd want to see those cut, capped, and buried in place, because that wasn't a permitted use there. And one question I have for town, before I take a pause for a moment, the outdoor seating area, it looks like there's a corner of that that's inside of the 15-foot setback. Is that permitted? Is that not permitted?
The setback is typically applied to a permanent structure, so I think it would be okay if the board was okay with it.
Okay, I guess that's
Because it
something.
can be removed.
Understood. That's something we should consider as well. And I don't know, maybe something with, because I know you specialize in that, Jim, with, traffic studies and traffic flow on there. If it's possible to move those parking spots and that concrete pad area closer to the building, get it farther away from, I think that's Old Blue Point Road right there. Because I know with people running around there with kids, even if you have barrels with rope on them, I was 5 years old once, and that didn't stop me from just sort of running everywhere. I agree with having 2 dedicated curb cuts coming into this site. I think that's really important. I myself have driven in more than 2 different locations on this site to get on, because it just wasn't necessarily clear. I think others have as well. So I'd like a more clear definition of that noted here, and just let's make this look really great here. That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, James. Roger?
Thank you. Did you find it? Okay. Do you have, I agree with everything, basically what Jim just said. And I recall the previous, when this was before the board, a few years ago, there were a lot of these same issues, things that could be resolved, okay? And I understand the circumstances and everything. My dilemma, the way I see this right now is this business is only, if it doesn't open this year, I don't know how viable it will be as a business. If we didn't approve it to be opened to operate this year, I'm not sure it's a seasonal business basically. And so that's where I'm wondering, how firm we could be requiring some of these things be done right away, or as you're proposing, a condition of approval, you know?
Right. Can I address that, Roger? A lot of these things can be done right away. In fact, most of them can be addressed, albeit temporarily in some cases and permanently later on after the season is done. But a lot of these can be addressed now. Lighting, for instance, is underway. As far as the access is concerned, we can, albeit temporarily, but still very specifically, seal off a good portion of that contiguous pavement to encourage the access, put two different access points, one in, one out. So then the reseeding, the vegetation, the plantings, that doesn't require a lot of site work that would otherwise impugn the ability of the site to be able to be functional for patrons. So that's easy. And some of that's already been, Shapel's already been doing. Please keep in mind too, as far as the comment about not approving it now for opening, this is predominantly a seasonal restaurant. It has been forever. Again, it started in the 50s. And long before there was any zoning, long before anybody lived in that area. I mean, the houses were there in many cases, but you know, a lot of people living in them now weren't there at the time, so they moved in knowing that this restaurant and the ice cream place were there. But nevertheless, as Jim mentioned, we want to be able. Now's the opportunity to site plan approval to be able to address some of these issues, and from an aesthetic and safety standpoint, to be able to improve them. And April has absolutely no issues with that. Again, this was really kind of a problem for her now because of her father's untimely death. And when COVID hit, restaurants shut down everywhere. So her livelihood basically disappeared. Now, the ice cream place was still open, but it's very challenging to be able to make the kind of living that she needs to be able to make based on just the ice cream stand when the restaurant suddenly closed for a different period of time. Because we really need in that area of Pine Point to be able to take advantage of the tourist dollars, and that's where the tourists go. It really is integral that we try to be able to open now or very soon for the tourist season. But again, we have absolutely no objections to any of the staff comments or any of the comments from the board. We're happy to act on all of them. But we need a little bit more time in terms of the tourist season to be able to do that. If this were a brand new site, it's starting from nowhere, then construction happens and they're done when they're done. In this particular case, because it's been there for 5 decades or more, actually, we'd like to be able to improve on what's there, but we still need to be able to get the livelihood now because it's been closed for 2 years, 2 summers. And that just presents a huge problem for the proprietor. So toward that end, you know, long answer longer, we'd like to be able to have the conditional approval to be able to open now with these changes taking place, continue to work on them. We'll put them on the plan and show that to staff and make sure that we're all on board so that well before this time next year, basically by the end of this year, the vast majority, pending any permits that we don't have any control over, the majority, if not all of these criteria will be met.
And I agree with that. I mean, almost everything we brought up should be able to be resolved. What can't be resolved though is the essence of the place before, when it was, you know, when all those trees were there and cutting down those trees. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from the abutters is the arborvitaes have not grown that much. I mean, I remember when they were planted and they don't seem, now there's different species of arborvitaes and some grow high and some only grow to a certain height, like maybe 6 feet. I'm concerned with the homes across Old Blue Point Road and what can be done, and you know, say maybe even temporarily until you maybe follow what Jim was suggesting and put in some pines or something like that to create more or higher buffer, you know? I think something like that would be good, but that, I don't know if that's feasible, if that can be done right now or, you know, within the next month or so, but.
It's certainly feasible.
Yeah.
We'd have to be able to, and April, we've talked about this before, and she has absolutely no objection to doing that.
Yeah.
But we can't plant 40-foot high trees.
No, I understand, but it's something maybe like 15 feet tall. In other words, something so when vehicles pull up and park right there by that open picnic area, their headlights are shining right into those homes right across the street. You know, that's what I mean, that would be annoying to me. So if, I mean, I want to see the place open up and succeed, but at the same time, I think I think we have to be aware of what some of the abutters are saying. I mean, I think every abutter, at least almost 99% of them anyways, that I've heard, want to see the place open, but they have their concerns about these particular things. And all the other things can be done, I think, relatively easy. It's the sightlines that I think people are really concerned about. The neighbors and, the headlights from the vehicles and things like that. So whatever can be done to resolve that, whether it's temporarily and then maybe after the season, something more permanent would be helpful, I think. But I would like to see the place open and so they can, hopefully, it can be sustained as a viable business because it's a landmark down there, but it was called a grove for one reason. It was a grove of trees there probably, that was before my time. I don't recall it, but, so I guess I don't have anything else. I think Jim covered a lot of things, but that's what I'm hearing from people is the abutters, and the lights, not just the building lights, but lights from the vehicles. So, thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Jennifer?
I'm just always grateful for the wealth of knowledge in the lighting department that exists on the rest of this board. And so, yes, I would support the additional comments here about providing cutoff lighting and just generally moving closer into compliance with the lighting standards that we currently have. This is, we ask this of all applicants, whether it be someone coming in for a retrofit for their site like this or a new development. And so I do think that that is appropriate. I am curious about, are you going to submit a site plan? So you're talking about driveway closures, for example, formalizing that with curbing and landscaping, maybe you didn't say that, maybe I'm saying that, I don't know. But it didn't look, this plan, neither of the plans in the packet looked to me like they were showing sort of proposed work to that end. Am I correct in that, or did I miss it?
No, some of it was proposed, for instance, the dumpster pad, et cetera, but we wanted to, and I spoke with Brian about this earlier, we wanted to be able to come to the board and to be able to say, what do you want or not? Or what would you approve in certain circumstances based on what we describe or what the board wants? So toward that end, the short answer to your question is yes, we will definitely be submitting a site plan with all this information that we talked about. The really only issue, and typically the way things normally work is you submit a site plan and then it gets built.
Sure.
In this particular case, it's already there, or the establishment's already there, and we're trying to augment it, and we're simply trying to be able to provide the maximum advantage of the tourist season to be able to do that. During which, as several people have already noted, and we've certainly brought up, we can do a lot of these things on the site plan so that by the time the site plan the completed site plan gets to staff for staff review or back to the board if you wish, the vast preponderance, if not all of these things will already be addressed. And those that aren't then would be addressed certainly before it opens this next year.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think that I would have a hard time tonight, but being in support of sort of a blanket condition of approval. Just because it sounds as though there are a number of things in the works. So I think if there was a list provided to us that said, these are the items that are finished, these are the items that are in progress, i.e. lighting that you mentioned, and we expect them to be done by this date. And these are the things that we would anticipate doing sort of outside of the higher traffic season, driveway work as an example, to just sort of more clearly lay out exactly what it is that you're asking for in terms of, getting approved this year and however that ties into remaining operational next year as you laid out. So I just, I also remember seeing this project come through a number of years ago, and many of these items are familiar, but I don't, without that sort of list of this is exactly what we're working on. I think that would be helpful for everyone because there are a number of board members also here that were not involved at that time. And to address your point more clearly, I definitely support the staff comments regarding more formalized driveway entrances onto Pine Point Road. I would like to see what if any, plan you have for connectivity between the two sites. Oh, which reminds me of a larger question. The sites in question here are the properties for the restaurant and the ice cream only, or does it also include the residential property in the back?
Just
Just the restaurant. Okay. Okay, thank you. Because the other's operational. Got it. So yes, then I think that becomes, the site plan is opened for that property. I think it will be difficult to fully address some of the comments from the public, particularly the residents in the back, solely on the restaurant property, but as many others have commented here, I think work could be done in that spirit, if you follow me, in terms of lighting adjustments, landscaping, things like that. Question for staff. Is there any plans for paving Pine Point Road in this area?
I don't believe it's on any paving list at this point.
Okay, just curious. And lastly, it looks like there's, in the two plans that were submitted, there's a discrepancy in owner information on the residential property to the back. I don't know if that was, if that's intentional or not, but that was just something else that I noticed.
The deeds are already, have been said, this has gone through probate, it took a little while.
Okay.
But that's done. I'd like to address a couple of your comments. We certainly understand them and we agree with them, all of them. The issue here though, is that because this restaurant has been closed for 2 years, if they don't open now, because this is not a downtown Portland type of restaurant that grabs people all year round. Yes, it's open on weekends typically, or has been all year round, but that tends to be not that great in terms of volume. The tourist season is what they need to be able to continue to operate. If they can't operate this summer, it's going to be a substantial challenge to be able to stay in operation. So that's why we're talking about the list that you referred to. That's actually the list that we were talking about as the conditions from staff. So these are the 7 items that we're
Staff
actually looking at.
Okay.
And the last of that, the interior work through the fire department, that's not really a condition, that's a specification from the fire department. So we're looking at 6 different things. And the issues we have here, and although she's working on some of the things that she was doing anyway, i.e. the lighting, which is literally being worked on now. Some of the other things like the planting, now that we know what you're looking for, we have no objection to doing it. But these need to be professionally planted. And it could be 2 weeks or it could be 2 months before we can get that. It will be this year, absolutely. And it will be as soon as possible this year. She wants to be able to improve this as well. And the better aesthetic we have, the more attractive it becomes to any tourists that are driving by or any one of us who live here. But I can't really answer that question saying by July 31st or by August 15th or whatever, because we don't know that specifically. All we can say is that it is a work in progress. We will do it, and we will make sure that all of these conditions are met pursuant to permits that are required by the end of the year. And we're starting working on them right now. So it could be a lot sooner than that. We just can't guarantee that.
You all set, Jen?
Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of comments in addition to echoing a lot of my colleagues' thoughts. One's maybe a naive question, maybe for staff and the applicant. Could we just like temporarily authorize a fence instead of trees? It takes 2 months to get trees in there just to help the neighbors for one season. Would that be, do we have that authority? I don't know. And if so, could we get one in quickly? That's
Well,
two
we
questions.
can always ask the applicant if that was a viable solution to maybe some of the headlights driving into the
Right.
the backyards or the
A fence is
abutters.
certainly
I
viable.
wouldn't think a long term, but like, before you can get plants in there.
Fences are fences. I think when we were here before, we had actually, before meaning several years ago, That actually was a point of discussion, and everybody pretty much decided that they would rather have vegetation in the way of these plants than a fence. It's not to say we can't do a fence. But there too, again, we need to make sure that if we say, sure, we'll do a fence, a fencing contractor has to come out and do that. So I don't know when we can do it. I mean, I would imagine they wouldn't be that far out, but it could be well into July or August. And yes, we can say we can do that. We can actually put these conditions onto the plan and have that plan to staff very shortly, meaning within a couple of weeks, that will actually bind April to doing this work. That's not an issue. When the work actually gets done pursuant to the contractor, professional contractors who can do it, that sooner than later, but we just don't have a specific date toward that end.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to think of, what's the fastest way we could get something to block the light and sound, just to help you guys to get operational. Because
Sure.
no one wants to see this business fail. No one wants to see, things go poorly. It's just, and I understand the concerns. It's a challenge. Okay, I agree with the 2 curb cuts idea. I've always kind of wondered how it's just a giant, almost infinite. I mean, it's grandfathered in. I get that, but that would be good long term. I don't have a whole lot more to add right now. I just, my colleagues have covered a lot of the important issues, I believe. So with that, I'll turn back to you.
Thanks, Ben.
I have some more, but whatever.
Okay, Jim, fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I would like to see here is a diverse approach with a 2-prong approach to this. We have a site plan that has a photometric plan, relocated congregated space for the dumpsters, curb cuts off of Pine Point Road, reconfiguration of the parking spaces to maybe reduce some of this impervious footprint, stormwater comments by the town addressed, fire department issues for any interior work addressed, but have this be as part of a submitted plan to us by the end of this calendar year to be constructed and fully addressed by the start of season next year.
No problem.
Okay, so that could be one, but for the issues that I would like to see started potentially, though.
We're way ahead of you.
Okay. Work started this summer that would need to be done by maybe September 1st, end of August, or necessarily by the end of season. We could talk about that, but the cutting, capping, removal of the electrical and plumbing conduit, planting a larger shade trees. I'm just gonna say pine, like white pine right now, but someone else can comment on that. Put those behind. You can install those. Go right down the road to O'Donnell's Nursery in Gorham and you can order them and they can have them put in, I'm sure, by September 1st. But address some of these short-term issues that you can do if the business were to remain open and we put the restrictions on to do it now. And if they don't meet that requirement, can we rescind our decision to allow them to open next year?
Brilliant mind to think alike.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead, Roger.
Just curious, Eric, did you have any draft motion or anything?
He's been taking shorthand for the last
Maybe he could provide us with some.
45 minutes, but before that, I think, Autumn, you wanted to address?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to address this. I appreciate the applicant's desire to come into compliance, but as staff, I cannot commit to loosey-goosey dates. And so what we've proposed is that if you want to proceed with this and let them open this season, we need a very concrete May 31st, 2024 or June 15th dates for X, Y, and Z. And Eric has a draft motion. I would also propose for your permanent, and the reason I said no, sorry, is I would propose October 31st as the date. I spend half of my day running down people that said they would do things and do not. And so want to make this business open, but I do not want to put us in an ugly place for next year when we're at the same place asking for forgiveness. So I would urge you and ask you to be very concrete in exactly what you want them to do and be very succinct in the dates that you put on it so that we can have some strong deadlines. I think that would help the neighbors be assured that they are going to get screening. And to your point, plants can be installed just as quickly as a fence. And I see the point, but I think the landscaping needs to be addressed. What's there now
I prefer
is
plants.
not a good buffer. It's just like a hedgerow essentially.
Mhm.
And so it's not gonna give them the same buffer that they had before. But there are a lot of great plants that can. So I think also for the lighting, the fixtures that you're working on now, I would like to see what they are. I would like to see the specs on those and to make sure they meet our current requirements. Full cutoff, the temperature, all of those things. We really need to be very specific with that because I have another issue at another site that replaced lighting, but they don't meet our standards. And so tonight after this meeting, I will go look at lights. So I'm just speaking from experience and preference from a staff perspective. Eric has a really good list of what could happen with dates that I think we're comfortable with. If you all want to see, a way to move this forward.
Yeah.
We want really specific requirements, if I can ask that.
That's the
Thank
kind
you.
of guidance we want to have, so thank you.
Thank you, Autumn. I think at this point, I'd like to look to the members of the planning board here and try to, a straw man to see if we had defined milestones and dates and we had the ability to have the applicant and the planning department work together, do we see a way that this project could move forward for this tourist season, meeting those? And if it does not meet the requirements that we set forth, they won't be allowed to open the following year. Roger?
Yes, Eric, is Jim aware of this list that you have?
No, so I think you should probably discuss those dates with the applicant. Autumn mentioned May 31st or June 15th for the temporary barriers, and then the more permanent curbing might be sometime towards the end of the season, perhaps October 31st. I guess I don't know the November potential timeframes for the restaurant, but I think that would be a discussion that should happen with the applicant.
If I can, so the list that we have right now for the first date, May 31st or June 15th would be provide an adequate barrier to the driveway connecting to 154 Old Blue Point Road. This shall entail removal of the gravel and add additional landscaping, including additional shrubs and trees to match what you have there. Add temporary measures to create 2 entry points before the permanent curbing section. I think that you've spoken to a method to do that. Update the site plan to show a parking matrix and required and proposed parking. That's pretty simple. Install additional buffer from the abutting residential uses along Old Blue Point Road. Add additional evergreen and deciduous trees. Replace the existing lighting fixtures on the building with full cutoff fixtures meeting all town standards. That's what I have for the first set.
May 31st.
I have it as May 31st, but
They're gonna get the trees planted and everything?
Yeah, I'd like to
Within 2
push
weeks?
that out by
yeah, I mean,
maybe June 30th, because this is all going to depend on the contractors who can come to do.
I can find plants and plant
Can
them.
you?
Awesome.
And it's also about survival.
Honestly.
Can you
And
plant-
yeah, it's a great time to plant plants right now, so I don't want to
So
give them.
I heard May 31st and I heard June 30th, so let's go with June 15th. Can you make that happen?
We will certainly endeavor to do so.
And then there's another set.
So then what I have is October 31st that they'll provide a revised site plan to show the location and the proposed curbing and the new parking layout along the frontage of Black Point Road to create 2 distinct entrances to the site. The entrances shall be no more than 30 feet wide. They'll provide a 10-foot landscaper buffer behind the new curb, and this will count towards that impervious replacement area for, and then they'll also, with that site plan, they'll have to revegetate whatever is not included in that 10-foot buffer area on site and show where that is.
I'm sorry, Autumn, what was the last part?
Whatever the 10-foot buffer is, so if it only takes out 1,000 square feet, we'll need to balance the site.
Oh, got it.
Just to show that site plan where you can put that back.
Okay.
So it's really about the long term would be about curbing and landscaping that front. October 31st is what I have.
Okay, and the buffering along Old Blue Point Road, that would be the 15th of June?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether, I mean, to me, that's one of the big issues with the abutters. And if somehow the abutters or the applicant could, have a meeting with the abutters and let them know this is what we're proposing and just make sure that resolves that issue. Is that practical? No?
I mean, I don't understand how that could take place.
Well, I
A
hate to see-
meeting
I
where
hate to see-
we're either gonna approve it or not.
Not, well, for instance, developers they have meetings with, neighbors, butters all the time before they do projects.
Yeah, but this
Brings
is,
everybody on board. And all I'm saying is, this is the big issue to me. All right, the
Okay.
lighting, whether it's headlights from cars or whatever. And if they put up something and it's not gonna resolve the issue, then we're right back to ground zero, you know? So if they had the buy-in from the abutters that, say you're gonna put in 15-foot pine trees as an example. And you show that to the abutters and say that will work good, that'll be fine. Well, good, that's great. But if they're not satisfied with that, then you bring your proposal here and we make a decision on that. If we say it's fine, that's fine. But if we get a lot of, disagreement and arguing why it's not, then that's a different story.
We could do something like that, but then the dates. by the time we get
Right,
back
that's why I'm
forward, the
wondering
dates
whether
are
it's
kind of-
practical or not, I think being good neighbors here is an important factor. I mean, everybody wants this place to succeed.
all right, Roger, I think what we're trying to do is do both.
Okay.
And I think we're on a way, we have a plan. It just is a matter of, does the applicant feel like they could do their end of the plan? And does staff feel like they can coordinate things and ensure that it's done so that the abutters feel like the contributions that are being made and the changes are adequate, so that moving forward, this business can be reestablished here as a viable establishment. And so I'm looking to the applicant to see if those timelines seem reasonable and doable. And I'm looking at the planners here to say, can we accept that and feel there's a degree of oversight here? And there's the fact that if they don't meet it, they don't open up the following year. And I think one of the things that I would feel good with is if there was a site plan submitted during the course of all of this so that it can be documented and memorialized in a site plan so that we have something to fall back on should the conditions not be met. And if they are met, then we have a site plan that documents what has been done.
Sure, we can do that. Sorry, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we can do that on a preliminary site plan immediately, addressing all these issues. And then we can actually come back to staff with a permanent site plan of everything that's either been already done or then the bigger items that will be done, like the curb cuts, et cetera, in later in the autumn.
And how does staff feel about that? And do you feel like the planning board needs to have any oversight on that?
I feel comfortable with reviewing that as staff. What we typically do when we receive something for minor review, we always send it to the planning board chair to review too. And if she or he feels that it needs to come before the full board, it could still.
Rachel Beller not yell at me if this goes forward. Okay, thank you for that.
Site plan, you call it preliminary site plan. I guess I would also just recommend you're adding those cut sheets for the lighting and all of that. Because if you're in that progress, I don't want you to go too far down a path that's maybe not meeting. our
Right, I think that's a key because we've heard it from the abutters that lighting. And I think if staff gets comfortable with what your plan is, you say it's underway already, so you got a plan. Let's get it over to staff so they can review it before you go down the sticky wicket and find out that you're not meeting the ordinances.
Sure. One thing I would mention toward that earlier date, the June 15th date, is we obviously want to do that pursuant to the lighting, as far as lighting is concerned, pursuant to the ordinance. But if that is going to be contingent upon getting a photometric plan, then we can't really do anything with the lighting until the photometric plan is completed. And if we don't get a photometric plan for 3 weeks or whatever, then we don't have enough time to be able to react to the lighting that goes in. So I would say that, we can certainly, I don't know what dates to come up with specifically, other than putting on a plan that we can produce immediately and say this will be addressed with staff at the earliest opportunity, relative to what your question.
I would just offer, if the planning board is comfortable waiving the photometric plan, if I can see the the cut sheets for what you're actually installing, and I can verify that they work for our standards, I'm okay without a photo.
I'd like to see a
With that.
timing of these fixtures, but go ahead, Jim.
I guess my meet you in the middle point on this for my standpoint is I do want to see a photometric plan, but I would like to see that with by the October 31st when the final site plan has been put together. But right now have fixture cuts sent to Autumn for her approval and have a temporary solution for it in place now to be formalized by a photometric plan once the entire site plan has been finalized.
So I'm hearing, or maybe the applicant then is, you're at risk then if you're moving, if you want to open and kind of do these temporary light fixtures, we can approve the light fixture, but I think.
Yeah, no, I understand
What
that
I'm
does,
hearing is
yeah.
you might be taking fixtures out that don't meet if your photometrics plan is too bright, correct? I just want to make sure I'm.
Correct. I
clear.
want to see
Yeah.
something done to them
Yeah.
right now, even if it is a temporary fix, just to sort of get them through, does some level of appeasement to the neighbors and have it formalized in a final site plan submission at that October 30th date that you talked about. That way, there's at least something that's being done now. And they can use their engineering best judgment to determine what their best course of action should be for right now.
And I think that's appropriate, and we'll see that, the cutoff is not going to affect the abutters
Yeah.
with this photometric. So I think if you're willing, if the establishment is willing to go down this road, knowing that there may be some other changes that's going to have to be made because the photometrics indicated that you had, 3-foot candles too far down and it's affecting the abutter. We'll need that corrected.
That would be fine. I don't have too much of an issue with that because the buildings typically are far enough away from the boundaries. And a lot of these lights are not permanent, they're permanently mounted, but they're not permanently affixed. So they can actually be adjusted and we can always adjust them down as far as candle power at the boundaries. So that should not be any issue at all.
Additionally as well, Mr. Chairman, if they put in the short term of additional coverage, greenery coverage at that boundary
That's
line
gonna
behind the
help.
Arborvitae's, combination of both of those should be enough to at least get them through this season and have it finalized at the end of the season. If I may I add one item to the June 15th, Mr. Chairman? I'd like to have the cutting, capping, and removal of the stubbed up electrical and plumbing conduit taken care of.
I'm not aware of that. I've been there, but I've never seen it.
It's kind of sticking up at the end of the concrete pad that's near Pine Point Road. You can't miss it.
Okay.
Have a note to have that cut, sealed, capped,
Yeah.
buried underground, so it's not a
Okay.
hazard. Thank you.
Or it may be a general.
That should be a quick one that's easily accomplished by
Sure.
June 15th.
Is that it? All right, we've massaged this one quite a bit, and I appreciate the patience. At this point, I'm enticed to offer a motion, but before I do that, I would just want to make sure that all the planners have everything off their agenda. And
I think I just missed that last point from James.
the pipes.
The existing
On the-
electrical conduit and plumbing conduit stub ups located at the end of the concrete pad adjacent to Pine Point Road need to be cut, capped, and buried.
Blood, you can type.
Mr. Chair, I have an item that I forgot about.
Go ahead, Ben.
There was a public comment, can't find it at this moment, but related to the proposed tent. And I just, in the thing you put together, it was just one sentence about it. Can you just elaborate on that so I understand what's going on with the tent?
It's over the slab area where the picnic tables are located. There would be a seasonal tent. It's been there for quite a number of years, but I'm glad you brought that up because typically that's a codes thing, but in terms of site plan, we can certainly discuss that. Eric had mentioned that in his notes. So there is a seasonal tent that goes up typically around Memorial Day and then comes down at the end of the run on Labor Day.
And forgive me, is this tent, does it have sides or just a top?
Just to cover.
Okay, so it won't block any light coming from cars, just for rain.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
All set, Ben?
I'm set. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. All
Just-
right.
Oh, just for clarity, for the tent, you still have to go through the codes department for a review. The fire marshal and the code enforcement office reviews those.
You ready?
I think so.
Guys, I love this. This is great. Okay, all right. All right, I'm gonna attempt to do this on the fly here, folks. And I think it's a combination of listening to the public and their concerns and trying to find a balance between having an establishment that has been there for a long time and due to unforeseen circumstances was shut down. Had that never happened, we wouldn't be here tonight anyway. So I think what we're trying to do is strike a balance, and I think we can do it in this way. So I move to approve a project titled Bailey Seafood proposed by April Bailey. The project is depicted in plan set prepared by Northeast Civil Consultants dated 4/19/24. The application is approved with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings. The project seeks to bring the existing Bailey site into compliance with an approved site plan. The updated elements include the shed, the dumpster enclosure, outdoor seating area, and a proposed outdoor freezer and screening. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinances with the following waivers and conditions. And I gotta do this. I'll try not to mess it up. Waivers, site plan review ordinance section 3A3.b and 4.f.1 to provide a landscape plan. Conditions, prior to June 15th, 2024, the applicant shall provide an adequate barrier to the driveway connecting the 154 Old Blue Point Road. This shall entail removal of the gravel driveway and add additional landscaping, including additional trees and shrubs. Add temporary measures to create 2 entry points before the permanent curbing section. Update the site plan to show a parking metrics and required and proposed parking. Address the substandard width of the drive aisle at the rear of the restaurant building. Install additional buffers from the abutting residential uses along Blue Point Road, Old Blue Point Road. Add additional evergreen and deciduous trees per staff approval. Adam's got a hand up.
We also need to address the remainder of the site for the residential buffer. It wraps around.
Behind the ice cream shop.
Yeah, not the ice cream shop. We're just doing the restaurant. But it,
I thought we were doing that.
right,
So does that belong in E, Autumn?
yes. I would say install additional buffer from the abutting residential uses along all contiguous property.
Along all blue, along the border?
Yes.
Okay, so not just along Blue Point Road, but the whole perimeter.
Install
Understood.
additional buffer from the abutting
You can
residential
add that.
uses. Add additional evergreen and deciduous trees per staff approval.
Gotcha.
May I interject one thing? There's deciduous trees. If the issue is more a screening problem or issue, deciduous trees at the time of darkness and then light on the site aren't really going to do anything. So it might be better to just limit those to coniferous trees.
I'd like to add additional evergreen and deciduous trees, so you get some of the shade, and the deciduous trees, you can find those that'll faster grow too, so you could get some shade.
Don't mess this up now. This is a motion we got going.
You can make them,
Okay.
we'll work with you to make.
It
them.
says
You
add
can see
additional
the-
evergreen and deciduous
Yeah,
trees.
It's a mixture.
Fine.
Also makes it probably easier to find quantity.
All right?
We can certainly do it. I just want to make sure that everybody.
Well, I want to make sure you can do it too, and I want you to make sure you can do it by June 15th. All right, replace the existing lighting fixtures on the building with full cutoff fixtures meeting all town standards. Existing electrical conduit and stub ups located at the end of the concrete pad adjacent to the Pine Point Road need to be buried. Prior to October 31st, the applicant shall provide revised site plan to show location of proposed curbing and new parking layout along the frontage of Black Point Road to create two distinct entrances to the site. Entrances shall not be more than 30 feet wide. Provide a 10-foot landscape buffer behind the new curb. This shall count toward the impervious replacement area. Revegetate the remainder of the 1,695 square foot or more of existing impervious area on the restaurant side. Provide a photometrics plan for the entire site and understand further changes may be required. Address the planning board comments discussed at the 5/20/24 meeting. This includes add curb stops. If these conditions are not met, the business shall not be permitted to open in 2025. Provide the final and full plan site to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. This shall be reviewed by the planning department, and non-conformance with these conditions shall prevent the opening of the restaurant and ice cream shop for the 2025 season.
Wait a minute, the architectural elevations, we're not doing any architecture.
That's just a standard condition for all site plans to provide all the plans in one.
You can
PDF.
actually remove the landscape plans and the architectural renderings and elevations from that condition. Because we're gonna come back with a full site plan that's
Yeah.
just the actual layout, showing the parking, and then the photometrics plan. We'll deal with the rest of it.
Okay, so the way it's gonna be is provide a final full plan set to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans and the lighting plan
For staff approval.
for staff approval.
Then if we're missing,
Got
we
that
can
in.
work with the applicant. Is that good?
I'm sorry, planners, this has been kind of a hodgepodge. But there's a sense of timing here that's important for the applicant.
I just have a question of clarity. Did you state that, was the wording such that the site plan has to be submitted by October 31st or the improvements have to be made by October 31st?
Everything has to be done.
By
Everything.
October 31st is provide the revised site plan.
Okay, could we add, must also be in place, like the improvements must have been made by that point as well? So then they're not really proposed plans as much as they are
Sure.
as
Yeah,
built.
I have, some concern if you're starting to talk about paving and landscaping and timing of that. So if you're in the end of October, and you're starting to do the balance, the revegetation, you're cutting pavement, you might have to add pavement to get your circulation to work and all of that. So I guess I would want to have that completed by October 31st.
Yep, that was.
Well, that's,
That's,
yeah,
Okay.
yes, that's,
Site plan and completed.
So the
Yeah.
site plan.
I thought the
is
way he
submitted
read it.
then.
yeah, right.
well, the
final
site plan that they
plan.
submit has to be with the changes and the improvements that they've made.
But is there a date that they submit that to planning staff?
They can they have to submit it before they get all this. I think that's a good point. Let's put another condition. Under
Yeah.
3, all of the above conditions must be installed by October 31st.
I just want to have time to review. I don't know when that submission is.
So the site plan needs to come in at least a month.
It says it no later than October 31st.
Right, so we kind of need the submission packet by October.
Angela's
1st,
point
right?
is if they submit it to us on October 31st and want to go to construction the next day, it's not gonna happen.
Right. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I could, Bennett brought up, in condition 2A, I think we had, Black Point instead of Pine Point Road. So I would suggest the board
Oh,
make
did
that
I
change
see
as well.
Black Point?
I think, no, I
How
think
come
we
nobody
wrote
caught
it.
me saying Black Point? Huh? You all sleeping out there? Okay, so we're all on Pine Point Road, okay? You know, I really apologize for the way this compromise has been whittled through. But I think there was a sense of urgency from the applicant. There's a sense of urgency for the town to do its due diligence And we wanted to consider the abutters in all of this. And I think we've come out to a place where we can see an existing business that suffered because of a lot of variables, and we're just trying to get our feet back on the ground, and we want to help the applicant with that. So I put that motion forward.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second by James. Would you call the roll, Doreen?
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick King,
Yes.
and Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow, that was different. I think that's the first time I've been part of that kind of negotiations here. But welcome back to Scarborough. I trust that we can move forward and get this done by the due dates and that we can have fish in 2025.
Indeed. Thank you all for your time.
All right. With that, folks, we customarily take a quick 5 minutes now at 8:30, and we have two more items. And so going by this clock, let's be back here ready to go by 8:40. in principal land, we do not take up new business after 10 p.m. It's 8:40 now. We have 2 more items. If I'm here past 10 p.m., I haven't done my job. So, let's see if we can. Oh, there. Nobody heard that, so that was good. Anyway, we're moving on to, item 4.04, Marsh Bend final subdivision at 48 Pine Point Road. Eric, you want to give us a brief?
Sure, and it will be brief. Missoulian Development is requesting a final subdivision review of a 10-lot subdivision containing 9 new single-family lots on Pine Point. The board approved the preliminary plan at their March meeting with requesting additional information on total conserved area, open space, as well as some entrance detailing and lighting impact. Staff has minimal review comments in terms of remaining items and has provided a draft motion of approval for the board's consideration. And with that, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric. And for the applicant?
Hi, everyone. Steve Blake with BH2M representing Missoulian Development. Mike Missoulian is also here tonight. I will also keep this brief. Since we last presented a preliminary, which was 2 months ago, we've received main DEP approval for the stormwater permit. We've received our Army Corps general permit, and we've also received approvals from Scarborough Sanitary District and the Portland Water District. As Eric mentioned, we do have a few minor comments to address from the comments that we received from staff. We met with staff last week, and I think we have a good approach to address all those comments. As part of our final subdivision application, we had addressed several comments on the last round from the preliminary submission, and I know the planning board had a few comments as well, which we addressed as part of that final subdivision application. So happy to talk about any of those things that we've tried to address. And you had a few concerns last time, so thank you.
Thanks, Steve. At this point, I will turn it over to the board. Not any, oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. There is an opportunity for public comment. Anybody wishing to comment on this agenda item, feel free. All right, so we got that checked. It's over. Public comment is over, and now I'll turn it over to the board in no particular order. I think we've seen this before. We've ironed out some details at the last meeting, and we further have some resolution to those issues during the course of last meeting and this meeting. So who wants to start? Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I'm just glad we've come to a pretty good plan. I'm very excited about the sidewalks that are going to be coming in. I think that's great. And if you guys town seems to be happy with the plans addressing to the comments, then I'm satisfied at this point. So thank you for working on what I think is a pretty good project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ben. Roger, you always want to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm just wondering on the staff comments, item number 3 and item number 1, under the specific conditions approval, have those been satisfied? Item number 3 regarding the high groundwater table and the need for test pits.
So I think that's gonna be that's on the draft motion that's been provided to the board. And there is a note on the plan set that the engineers and applicant did add. So I think it's sort of addressed via both the note and the condition in the draft motion.
Okay, then, all right. That's all I had.
Thanks, Roger. Jennifer?
I will just add that I don't have an issue with the waiver for driveway separation in this case that was requested. And but do you also appreciate the pedestrian facilities that this project is going to add? In addition to the RFB that's being proposed, and I know there was a comment about that unit including some sort of street lighting, but there not being a power source nearby. I know that there's at least one manufacturer that will supply that combo unit solar powered. And so whether or not that, you may have to tweak the angle of the panels or a bigger panel or whatever that will be left up to your team, but I know that that's an option, at least in one.
Yep, and that's something
arena.
that we'll address with our.
Great.
with our-
Yeah, I think it's a great addition. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've addressed all my previous comments. I appreciate, again, what Ben was saying, connecting the sidewalk to the existing sidewalk system off of Pine Point Road. It's a big deal. We greatly appreciate it. It's a small example of how development in Scarborough can serve the town. It's because this is now much closer to the Eastern Trail, so I think I'm good with this.
Thanks, James. Yeah, I think you've worked well with the staff and addressed the comments from our last meeting. The consultant, Haley Ward, has indicated that they're accepting of your comments and modifications. So at this point, I don't have anything further to add. Anything from staff? No. Wow, this is outstanding. So, folks, I have a motion for the Marsh Bend final subdivision review. I move to approve the final subdivision plan of Marsh Bend subdivision proposed by Mazion Development LLC. This project is depicted on plan set prepared by BH2M dated 4/19/24. The findings, the proposal is for a 10-lot subdivision containing 9 new residential lots located at 48 Pine Point Road. The project includes construction of 2 internal roads to serve the subdivision as well as a sidewalk along Pine Point Road. The board finds the project meets the requirements of the subdivision ordinance, zoning ordinance, and adopts the findings of the staff memo dated 4/20/24 with the waivers and conditions as follows. Waivers in accordance with Chapter 701 Street Acceptance Ordinance, Section 5D, the board waives the minimum driveway separation distance. Marsh Bend Drive will be located approximately 60 feet from the existing driveway on Lot 10. Conditions prior to the release of the subdivision plan for recording, the applicant shall provide a performance guarantee required by Section 9 of the Town of Scarborough Subdivision Ordinance. This shall be reviewed by the town engineer. Coordinate street names and addressing with the E911 addressing officer. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and it is to be coordinated through the planning department. The below must be addressed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. A, address staff comments in the 5/20/24 memo. B, address traffic solutions comments in the memo dated 5/3/24. Address Haley Ward's comments in the memo dated 5/7/24. The applicant shall execute a record of stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419 Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. Pay the Chapter 419 Stormwater Maintenance Agreement and Reporting Fee, which totals $750. F, obtain required main construction general permit. G, provide a full, final plan set to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. Payment of all review fees and invoices. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Prior to the issuance of the first building permit, the applicant shall provide a full design of the Pine Point Road sidewalk. B, pay the traffic impact fees total 18,558 with Haggett's Parkway at Route 1, 5,940 and Dunstan at 12,618. C, provide test pits within the foundation footprint for any units proposed with basements. The results must ensure that a positive gravity line is possible. 8-foot separation from the finished first floor to groundwater is also required. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Prior to issuance of the third certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall complete the construction of the Pine Point Road sidewalk. Submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who has either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and facility construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they shall function as intended by said plan. Receive and provide proof of final approval from the sanitary district on the low-pressure force main design and function. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, James. Any further discussion? Doreen, would you call the roll?
Jennifer Led,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Bennett Flanders,
Yes.
and Rick King.
Yes. All set.
Great, thank you very much.
Watch the roll. I'm assuming there's nothing good on TV tonight. All right, so we're on to our last agenda item, which is, item 4.05, Thetford Properties LLC, FedEx Warehouse and Distribution Facility located at 78 Holmes Road. Eric, you want to give us a brief?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant is in front of the planning board requesting a site plan review for a warehouse and distribution facility as part of a planned development on Holmes Road. The review process has thus far included a site inventory and analysis as the first step in 2021, a master plan approval by the planning board at the end of 2023, as well as this third and final step being the site plan review by the board. Staff has outlined the plan development, site plan, and zoning standards for the board's and applicant's review and recommends discussion occur on several items. These include trip generation and parking, lighting, conservation on the site, and access management. The property is located in the light industrial zoning district. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Eric. And for the applicant?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Owens McCullough, civil engineer with Sebago Technics here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Setzer Properties and FedEx. We have a PowerPoint presentation that sort of walks through the project. I think the board has seen the essence of this project in the past when we did the site inventory and analysis and the master planning. Amy, next slide. So we just have a 3-item agenda, just some who's here with me. We have a number of folks from the applicant and FedEx with us. And then we just have a presentation and then open it up to board for some conversation. What we're hoping to achieve tonight is to reintroduce the project. We're not really looking for any approvals tonight, although one of the items the next step is to get a completeness review. We have submitted the plans, the stormwater management. We filed our DEP permit. So that would be one item we would look to achieve tonight. But as far as everything else, we just really wanted to give the board an update of where we're at, reintroduce the project. Staff has provided us with some review comments. Haley Ward provided some comments, and the traffic engineers also provided some review comments. We've made good progress on all of those, and we're continuing to work through those, but we thought this would be good timing to reintroduce the project. With me tonight is Keith Freeman, who is president of Setzer Properties. Keith, you have to raise your hand, I'm sorry. Assy Davis, who is Director of Pre-Construction with Setzer Properties. A little bit about Setzer Properties. Setzer Properties has completed the largest volume of FedEx facilities across the country. There's been a 20-year relationship with them, and they're one of their preferred developers who actually owns the property and develops the buildings for FedEx, and they do these all across the country and other related facilities. FedEx is obviously the end user. Brian Rollins, who is with their real estate, is here tonight. Tina Murphy, who is with FedEx, is also here. And Frank, who tried to trip me up 3 times on his last name, Biacchini. Hopefully I got that close. Sorry. Myself, Owens McCullough, Amy Bell Segal, and Matt Orr from Sebago Technics. Diane Morabito, who's Vice President of Sewell's, been working with Bill Bray on the traffic engineering, is here tonight if there's any questions that come up. And we did bring our hydrogeologist, Drumlin Environmental, with this, Matthew Reynolds. One of the things that we had offered to do was we contacted the abutters and offered to sample their wells, and I'll explain more a little bit later. We had 2 interested parties that allowed Matthew to go on the property, inspect the wells and sample them. We literally just got the results back, and Eric will be sending those out. Matt's going to write his memo and send them out. It just takes a few weeks for the results to come through. Amy? So the site, I just want to spend a few minutes going through the site development plan, which you might have seen before. So this is the FedEx freight component. There's a slide here coming up that they're relocating an antiquated facility that was in Portland and desire to build on this site here. The property is 54.6 acres. It's zoned light industrial. As we all know, it's the former home of the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. An interesting thing about the development here, this site has the current site, because of the pit area, the racetrack, and everything else that had gone on the site, had about 26 acres of non-revegetated impervious surface area existing, and about 30 acres of developed disturbed areas. This project will actually reduce that. We're going down to about 16 acres of non-revegetated area. The pit area out back is where our gravel wetland and stormwater is going and will be revegetated. And the actual developed area will drop off to about 25 acres. So the footprint actually reduces, which is somewhat unusual. Usually we're talking about increasing development areas, but this one actually decreases. The buildings will include a 30,560 square foot warehouse building. Actually, it's a cross-dock building for freight coming in and being unloaded and reloaded onto other trucks and then shipped off. A maintenance shop of about 11,700 square feet. And then there's about 5,818 square feet of office attached to it, to the main building. The employees, there's 50 that will initially be on site, and the building could accommodate up to 100 as it grows over time. One item that we had presented in the past was there was a wash bay integrated in with the maintenance bay facility. That is no longer part of the project. That has actually been removed. They will not be doing any washing on site. There's no public water on this property. The public water is back, and we've had this discussion before, is all the way back at Holmes Road, and public sewer is further away than that. Both are a mile plus away from the site. This development actually uses, the only water it will be using, especially since we don't have a wash bay anymore, is toilets and sinks for the employees. So it's about 1,500 gallons a day. So it's a pretty low-end user as far as water goes. So we are proposing an on-site well and septic. Also, we will acknowledge that we're going to have to install a cistern tank to provide water for a fire suppression system. Setzer Properties is having their fire protection engineer going through that today. As part of the well, we did bring in Drumlin Environmental, who is a hydrogeologist who works in wells. And Drumlin has been part of the project team. There's a memo and a report included in with the application. Drumlin has selected a location for the well. Drumlin will also file with the state for through the Drinking Water Department of Health and Human Services for a non-transient public well, because we have more than 25 employees for more than 30 days, I believe it is a year. Matt can speak to that. He's nodding his head, so I think I got it right. So Matt will take care of that piece of it. One of the things we had offered to do at the last meeting was to reach out to the neighbors along Two Rod Road and ask them if they would allow our hydrogeologists to go on site, inspect their wells, sample their wells. We're going to provide the data from the sampling to those neighbors. We had 2 neighbors that agreed to that sampling. That's been done. And like I said, those results literally just came in, and Matt's going to put together a memo that we'll send out to the town and to the abutters. The water quality looks really pretty good out there. The well that we will install will be a bedrock well. There's about 80 feet or so of an overburden material will go down into the well. And if the board wants to hear more about from the hydrogeologist, Matt can speak to it, but it's based on the recharge, the size of the parcel, and the very relatively low amount of water that we'll be using. It's not going to have any measurable impact on the abutters wells, and we're actually going down into the bedrock, not the overburdened shallower water-bearing strata. And again, Matt is here to, that's about all I'm going to say about hydrogeology, because that's why I have him. So access to the site, we're going to have 1 point of access off of Holmes Road. Thank you, Amy. And because we're not allowed to have access off Two Rod Road, so we will have only that 1 point of access off the road. And emergency, yes, thank you. And there will be an emergency access on the backside that will include a Knox box and a gated lock for the fire department to get in. That was a request, so we have included that as part of the project. Amy, next slide, please. So this is a little harder graphic to read, but this is a grading and utility plan. We're going to handle stormwater management on the site with basically 3 types of methods. The first one's an infiltration basin at the front of the parcel. The second one is a created gravel wetland on the backside, basically in where the old pit area is. And the third option, the third item will be a porous pavement design in the parking lot for the employees. So that's going to take the water, recharge it back into the ground. Interesting enough, because we're reducing the size of the development and infiltrating it back into the ground. For the most part, our peak rates of runoff are significantly lower than what was there before. And Matt can speak to this too. That will actually recharge the ground and the aquifer more so than what currently is out there, which was all just runoff off of gravel. So that piece will all be done. Amy, can you go back to the other slide? Oh, yeah, that one's fine. So this is this is a perspective of the site that was an artist rendering. You can see the infiltration basin in the front, the building, and the maintenance building in the back, which will have light maintenance. There will be a 20,000 gallon above ground fuel storage tank that will be there for refueling trucks only on the site. At the appropriate time, we will be registering that with the state fire marshal's office, which is a requirement, but it will be above ground on the site. Amy, I think it's your turn to talk a little bit about buffering. There's been a lot of conversation in the past about landscaping and buffering. We've completed a noise study, completed lighting studies on the site, which are all included in your packet. And Amy, who's a landscape architect with our office, is going to take you through that.
All right, so the project is located within the light industrial zone, as we know, with very specific landscape buffer standards. Specifically to this site, we need to create a buffer, a 30-foot wide buffer along Holmes Road. So obviously, when the grandstands are removed and all those ancillary sort of structures along Holmes Road, they'll all be removed, and a landscape buffer will be placed along that whole stretch. And then along Two Rod Road, we have a pretty significant existing vegetative sort of stand there of mixed vegetation, evergreen and deciduous. So that will remain. And then we will supplement that within a 100-foot buffer that's required along Two Rod Road. And you'll note, from the last time we were here at the planning board, one of the comments was to add more vegetation kind of internally to the best that we could, while still maintaining operations within. I mean, we can't put landscape islands within the center of this, but we created a little bit more space between the infiltration basin and the parking lot and put some more trees along there. And we also added more trees along the gravel wetland in the rear, and will be allowing that area to revegetate. And we'll get into some more specifics on that. So again, this is just a zoomed in plan on the one you just saw. You can see the buffer along Holmes Road. Oops, that didn't work. I'm gonna put it back down. There you go. Let me just go back here. Okay, so you can see the buffer along Holmes Road. It's pretty tight. It's going to be a mixture of street trees, deciduous street trees, and evergreen trees within that 30-foot buffer. Again, we're retaining the buffer along Two Rod Road, and then we'll be adding trees on the outside of that buffer, kind of where there's a utility line there, and there's some lighting and a fencing, and kind of a sand area that was used for parking. So that'll be removed, and the landscaping will go within that. So between Two Rod Road and the existing buffer. Again, that's mostly to provide some additional visual screening to where a lot of that mature vegetation is up higher. So we want to kind of block out what's down below. Now, the idea too is not like, 100% buffer. It's a lot of frontage. So but as you can see, it's a pretty robust planting all along Holmes Road and Two Rod. I'm gonna jump in. So these are some renderings that we had. This is a view from Holmes Road looking into the entrance. So you can see a mixture of evergreen trees and then some deciduous trees on the sides. The plan currently is to preserve the maple trees that are along Holmes Road as well. There's a few that are kind of towards the intersection of Two Rod. So we're going to try to save all of those. This is a view from Two Rod. You can see it's a little dark there. There's a car there, and there's some existing vegetation that's pretty close to Two Rod. And then we'll supplementing vegetation on the back side of that. So it kind of changes the additional vegetation will be kind of switching where it's needed within that 100-foot buffer. This is at the intersection of Holmes and Two Rod, and where there will be the Beach Ridge Speedway Memorial. And you can see the flagpole there, and then the memorial base there. So I'm zooming into that. So you can see the memorial, which was developed in collaboration with the neighbors, is basically like a mini speedway. The paths are like the racetrack itself, with some, drought tolerant perennials that'll be within the planting beds. And then the marker, you can see the stone marker there. Right. It's falling apart. Sorry. Okay. All right. And then along the sort of southeast corner, directly adjacent to the closest residential abutters, we will be installing an earthen berm that will range in height from 8 to 12 feet. And that height is based on the sound study that was done. So we know that we need between 8 and 12 feet, depending on the location, to mitigate the sound. It also obviously will provide an opportunity to increase a visual buffer between the residences and the project. Those red lines represent cross sections that we looked at. And you can see in this one here, where the house of the closest abutter is on the right-hand side. We learned that the Peltons primarily are living on the second floor of that structure. And so we looked at where their windows are and, you know, the primary views from their homes towards the project. And you can see in the top cross section, that is kind of in a 0 to 3 year, you know, growth of the vegetation on top of that berm. The big lump there is that 8 to 12-foot berm. And you can see there's a little bit of vegetation on their property, and then we'll be adding more on that slope. And then the bottom cross section is showing sort of a 10 to 15-year growth. So obviously trees take a couple years to get established. Once they're established, they'll put on somewhere between 12 to 18 inches of growth. And so that's what those are kind of representing. So you'll have a staggered mixed evergreen deciduous buffer along the stretch of that berm. The back side of the berm towards the project will be just grass. This is a rendering, though abstract, of from the closest abutter looking towards the project. So that's the 8 to 12-foot high berm with their existing vegetation. And it's just conceptual because we don't actually know where the trees are on their property because we didn't survey them. But the trees that are proposed along the evergreen trees proposed along the berm is visible in the background. Let me jump in lighting. I can do a little bit here. So the photometrics plan here that's shown on the lower left is you can see kind of all a little gray hatch essentially is all the foot candles and the measurements for the whole project. That shows you the extent of the lighting, you know, where it goes out, and then where we're meeting the standards for the foot candles. On the perimeter, you can't really see it, but along the whole perimeter, we're reaching 0 foot candles, you know, along the residential, along 2-rod, along homes. So we'll be in compliance with that. Some of the comments that were received was that we wanted that the board or the staff wanted to make sure we were taking it from the FedEx freight standard of 5,000 K in temperature, bringing that down to 3,000 K. So we'll do that. Also, I think the FedEx freight standard is a 70 CRI, and I think the town's is 80 CRI. So they're revising that now to come into compliance. The fixtures will be cutoff fixtures, dark sky compliant. There will be shields in the structure, in the poles closest to the residential butters. There'll be some shields in the rear to add additional buffering for them. The poles height within 200 feet of the residential use and along 2-rod road will be 15 feet in height. The new lighting ordinance allows for 20 foot in height, but we reduced it down to 15 foot in height in that area within 200 feet. Beyond that, all the light poles within the parking yard area itself are 30 feet in height. Your ordinance requires it to be 20 feet, but allows a waiver to be requested in the effort of reducing number of poles. So that is a waiver we are requesting. So again, beyond the 200 feet, we're requesting a waiver from 20 to 30. There is lighting along the docks above each bay that will be about 25 feet in height, and then, you know, attached to the structure. And then along the maintenance bay, they're all around 18 feet in height. One of the requirements that FedEx Freight 2 was communicating to us was about, you know, anything within their fenced area had to be 1 foot candle for safety and security. And we originally had our fence a little bit further out, but then we reduced it significantly so that we didn't need to put additional lighting behind the residential units. I think that's about it.
Thank you. The building, we'll just spend a few minutes on the proposed building. So the building is going to be a combination of tilt-up precast panels and pre-engineered insulated metal panel buildings. The office part of it is typically a tilt-up panel. Then the rest of the building is a pre-engineered metal building. The height of the building is about 21 feet from ground to the top of the building. And the color is, you can leave it right there. The color is more of a sort of a sandy color with a band around the top, more of an earth tone color for the building. This is the maintenance building, similar construction. slightly taller, but of similar size and scale to accommodate the trucks that would be brought in for service and maintenance. This is the fuel island, which will have the 20,000 gallon double wall above ground fuel tank. It'll be, again, we'll be submitting it to the fire marshals. It'll be UL rated, meeting all the state requirements for the tank. And then there'll be a canopy for the tractors to come in and refuel. Wanted to talk a few minutes about the operations of the facility. Again, we have representatives from FedEx here, so if there's any questions that come up that I can't answer, those folks are here to jump in. So this is FedEx Freight. It's part of the overall FedEx family. And the blue box shows the FedEx Freight and then the other types of businesses. But this will be only for the FedEx Freight, and the FedEx Freight is really a business-to-business freight operation. So everything that goes through this facility is on a pallet. An example might be 20 TVs that come in that are on pallets and then will be shipped out to Best Buy. It could be Pelotons, it could be furniture, it could be microwaves, toaster ovens, whatever. But whatever comes in is palletized and is cross-dock transferred on the facility. So this facility is not having the small letters, that you get to your house or to your business. That's not this facility. This facility is the business to business type kind of facility. So it's different than vans running around delivering small packages. The facility design for FedEx represents about 50 years of experience and refinement over the years to achieve efficient and safe operations. I have a picture coming up of their existing facility, which is antiquated and very unsafe and just not operationally efficient. They work hard to right size the facility for the equipment, operational, logistics. It's not unique to this site, but it represents the national model that they do all across the country that achieves maximum efficiency and safety in operations to accommodate the logistics and the type of operations that go on in the site. The layout of the site provides space for the employees, shift changes, program needs. There's a variety of trailer types that will be on site with specific purposes. They have long haul tandem trucks, 53-foot tractor trailers, the pups, which are 28-foot trailers, and large vans or box trucks, which are generally used in that picture to go into urban settings where it might be difficult to get a tractor trailer into those locations. So the site, stay back on the other one. Thank you. So the site itself really provides space for the parking is all designed around space for trailers that are often dropped off. There's staged, there's spare trailers. There's tractors that need to be serviced. There's tractors that sit on site that the employees come and get in the morning and move trailers around or pick up their trailers and haul them off. Trailers being unloaded at the cross dock, moved from the cross dock into other positions or taking to in-town deliveries. Large loads for business deliveries. And not every trailer is used every day, but they need the availability of these trailers and vehicles to accommodate the ever-changing types of freight that come in and for the logistics. And they found a model that works very well. So the site is all designed around that. The picture you see up there is of another similar facility that used the same basic model and works really pretty well for them. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about traffic and FedEx operations. So Diane Morabito is here, but she's still working through some items with Bill Bray at the town's peer review. But what I think is important to note on this site is that this came from FedEx, their operations. It matches pretty close to the counts that were done down at the Presumpscot facility that they currently operate. And These are one-way trips, and I think if you look down at the daily totals on the trips, the total is about 81 daily trips for one-way trips coming to the facility. And that's pretty consistent with what they found at the other sites. So this, again, this is larger trucks. Some of them are tandems that come in. If you look at the times and the hours of the operations, they're pretty well spread out through the day, but I think the majority of the operations happen mid-morning. There's early evening up to about 9 or 10 o'clock, and then there's periods where there's not a lot happening at the site, but that's basically the operations spread throughout the day. Next slide, please. I wanted to show, this is the current Presumpscot Street site, if any of you have seen it. Amy pulled the 2023 and 2024 photo, which look very similar, but this site is just way too small for their operations. Things have changed since 1967 when it was built. It's about 9 acres with 37 doors. But as you can see, the tractors are on the left-hand side, and the employees are often parking up at the north side, the upper side. So they have to walk across the site to get into the tractors, which is a very unsafe condition. The trailers, you can, in many of the locations are stacked in 3 deep, which is very unsafe and very inefficient for moving trailers around. So this site really needs to be about double what it is right now to accommodate the operations. And again, it was 1967. They just simply have outgrown the operations in that site. So I thought that might be helpful for context. Next slide. One of the items that we've been asked to do is to include a left turn lane into the site on Holmes Road. This is a initial preliminary design that was created and submitted. The traffic engineer and Diane are working back and forth right now on working through the design, some conversation about whether there's a need to extend that turn lane slightly. So that conversation is continuing, but there will be a turn lane installed, and that's generally the location and what it will look like. And again, one access onto the site. The site plan is laid out so that when the vehicles come into the site, they can stack internal to the site. It's all gated access coming into the site, and then they move into the site and they move out through the same location. Next slide, please. So in summary, we're really here tonight to continue the conversation, to get some additional feedback from the board. Staff has been great. We've met with staff. Diane's met with Bill Bray and had a number of conversations with Bill. Our hydrologist has been out in the field. So we're really making good progress around all of this, and we just wanted to continue the dialogue with the planning board. And again, the next step, I think, for tonight, if there was a step to take, would be to work through the completeness portion of it, and then we'll just continue with the design, working with staff to refine that. We have filed our main DEP site location application. Most of you know the town has review capacity for site law, but I think that's up, Eric, 10 acres, right? And I think it's up, or Angela, 10 acres, right?
Right, 7 to 10, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we're like 12 for redevelopment, so 14, I guess it is. So we're over that threshold. So we had to go to the DEP directly. So that application was filed almost just after the application for the town. That's going to take several months to go through, but that's all in process. So we're kind of running these parallel, and we understand that this board wouldn't be able to act on the final approval until we get our approval to the DEP, but we want to work through this process collectively. Next slide.
We're done.
And we're done.
Photos, yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. This item is up for public comment. For the record, we have received multiple correspondence from the public. But again, it's open now for public dialogue with us. Please go to the podium. You have 3 minutes. I'll give you a gentle tap if it goes beyond.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tracy Murphy. I live at 94 Two Rod Road. A couple of concerns that we have, my family has, being on Two Rod Road is there's really no shoulder because it is a very small road. So without having a shoulder, if you're walking on that road, our concern is the impact of the traffic that may occur. And I understand you're saying that they're freight trucks, but also box trucks. And even though it's a no through truck road, what is the line here when we're looking at truck size? What is able to be accommodated? And can we limit that to say that we need FedEx to use just the Holmes Road to go from Payne over to Holmes Road that way and no longer using or not using Two Rod Road as being one of those options? We are concerned about the speed that people take on a road too. So I guess a lot of it comes with, can we just make sure that FedEx goes around? Kind of long and the short. Second point is when the rugby field started being developed, it didn't get put into any of the information to make sure that none of the construction vehicles went on our road. So they are accessing our road to get to the site. I'd like to make sure that doesn't happen with FedEx or any other property that goes on Two Rod Road, to make sure that those construction vehicles, we have an 18-wheeler go down our road, which I don't even know how they get off it because we have a 45-degree angle to get onto Payne. So that was another item I'd like to see addressed to make sure that doesn't occur. And if there was any way to put sidewalks in, I know that may not be a possibility, or some way to, I've seen it in England, they had little areas where they would make the road a little bit more narrow to stop people from going quickly on the road. Maybe that would be helpful too. But again, it would be avoided if they just went around. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. Mr. Chair, my husband Warren is online watching, and he's unable to speak as he has no voice. So I am asking that I be allowed to speak on both of our behalf, which may be a little more than 3 minutes.
We'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. Again, Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. This is the third developer since the fall of 2021 that has been before the planning board. And both the second and third developer have been able to pick up where the last one left off, which does not seem right in my opinion. Both the second and third developers were proposing a FedEx hub. I tried reading through the many pages in the packet and admittedly was way above my pay grade. However, a couple of points. Comment about backing up the stop line at the traffic light on Holmes Road to allow for tractor trailers to make the turn from Payne Road. This will only make that intersection more dangerous, since on many occasions I've seen people run the red light on Payne. So when the light turns green on Holmes, people won't see the traffic on Payne until it's too late. Not to mention the traffic will be backing up further over the bridge on Holmes Road. We received a letter from their attorney, who I might add is on a town committee, and in my opinion is a conflict of interest and should not be representing anyone who is coming before any board for this town. That letter was requesting them to be able to inspect our well and take a water sample to document location, type, and water depth. Location can most likely be acquired by town records. We've all indicated the type, and the depth is irrelevant since rainfall has been higher than average over the last year or longer. I asked their engineer for additional information and haven't received it. Because we could foresee them indicating our water levels are more than sufficient, releasing them from any responsibility from potentially drying us out. If we did not authorize access. Again, any person who lives in this area knows it has rained multiple days a week for more than the last year. Therefore, water levels will be higher than an average year. But with that said, our water levels are still low since none of us have water in our basements with a significant rainfall throughout the last 12 to 14 months. Heck, we don't even know if our sump pump works since it hasn't had to run in 10 to 11 years since Kennebago Drive subdivision went in. Their well shown on the map sits right behind our neighbor and our house. Having the well directly behind both of us, about 300 feet away, which isn't much and will have a direct impact on us. If the town does not require them to bring in public water and sewer, why wouldn't they put it on the other side of the property, drawing off the Old Town landfill property? My guess is most likely because of the contamination on that side of the property. Speaking of the Old Town landfill, which is listed on the brownfield site, this landfill has never completed the process since 2004. So how does anyone know it's been sealed off properly? It shows to still be in the investigative stage. We are still concerned with the necessity of almost 400 parking spaces if their intent is to still only transfer Portland Hub. We have reason to believe from sources in the field, and I'll say every one of our sources for the last 2 years and 8 months have been right, that when another lease is up for another hub in the area, they'll be relocating them to this location as well. This would certainly explain the need for all these parking spaces. We've spoken with a town official, and if this were to happen after all permits issued, et cetera, there's nothing this town can or will do about it other than a potential traffic study. This town needs to look at this from all angles and the what ifs and protect us, the taxpayers and residents, and not these developers. The LI zone was created long before anyone knew what was going to become of Scarborough Downs, and the traffic created, and with no infrastructure in place like public water and sewer, wider roadways, et cetera. Holmes Road in most years gets posted in the spring. I did see an email from the representative to the Public Works Director asking about posting of the road before the developer made a decision. Public Works indicated it would be moved to Beach Ridge Road so they could access the facility. How is this possible when roads are posted because of the condition they are in when the frost thaws, not where they're located? Did someone provide a memo to the weather gods to tell them to miraculously not let the frost appear on Holmes Road? I do see in another comment where Public Works said that this year it wouldn't be posted. So his response appears to be a little contradictory. Again, this town seems to be bending over backwards for the developers, and the residents who have been here for decades are getting screwed. Allowing this type of development in our area will have a negative impact on land values, excess noise, pollution, traffic, et cetera. And God forbid we have a drought like we did a couple years ago, and our lives will suffer without water. The LI ordinance says small, and this is by no means small. But then again, most of the ordinance is very subjective. With Scarborough Downs less than a mile away and the traffic that it has created, the LI zone needs to be reevaluated before anything is approved and how this is affecting all of us in the area. There is too much gray area that only benefits the developer with zero positive impact for the residents. Lastly, if this town is going to allow this ridiculous development in a residential area, and we are governed by rural farming overlay on Two Rod Road, the least you can do is require that public water and sewer be brought in, as well as, I have a half a paragraph left.
You got a half a paragraph time.
Now you made me lose my spot. You should require them to bring public water and sewer in as the developer is making, as well as the developer making major road improvements like widening of Holmes Road, which would include the bridge. As far as public water and sewer, don't listen to and fall for, it's too expensive. If they can afford to pay 2.5 times what the previous developer paid 2 years ago, they can afford to bring water and sewer onto the property. There is no way a guarantee they will use less than 2,000 gallons a day, which I'm not even sure who came up with that number or how it was determined it would affect all of us living here. There are no meters generally measuring well water usage, and if there were, I highly doubt the town would be monitoring it. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Donna Jackman, 175 Two Rod Road, and I've lived there for approximately 50 years and lived in Scarborough 76 years. My major concerns for this development is the water situation. We have a point, we don't have a well. It's a tube that goes down into the ground, and when we don't have a lot of rain, there's many times that you can open up the tile there and see the sand. And so we take it very lightly then. And that's a real big concern. I know that when they put in the development across the street, which has been around 10 years now, we used to have water in our cellar and don't have a drop since they've moved in. They have a retention pond over at the end of Kennebago. I don't know if, it's gone, and now we're going to have water coming out from the other side. I was very glad to hear that they aren't going to be doing any washing or using the water on the trucks. Because that was a concern too. Another concern is the traffic. It is horrendous. I volunteer in town, and I get off the 295 at out where Christmas tree shop was. And normally it takes me about 10 minutes to get home from there. And since Costco has moved in, the other day it took me half an hour. I mean, I couldn't believe it. It was bumper to bumper to bumper all the way down to Holmes Road. And also that's picking up the traffic on Holmes Road. With the decision that you people made about not having traffic on the trucks and things on Rod Road, it would be impossible if we did. I can't even go and walk the dog now without getting off the road to make sure we aren't going to get hit. And so the traffic out there, I just wish that the town would investigate in all of this building that's going on, especially in our neck of the woods. It's going to just cause more and more traffic. There's apartments going in at the end of Muzzy Road and Gorham Road. I don't know how they'll ever get in and out. So that's really a concern, and I don't know how it will be addressed. If our well goes dry, who's going to be responsible? Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Jordberg. I live at 1 Bunker Hill Terrace, which is on the corner of 2 Rod Road. My concerns that I really want to express today are mostly traffic. As has already been expressed by some of my neighbors, just with Costco opening, Payne Road has become really very, very busy, and it's hard to get home from work from Portland at the end of the day. And 2 Rod Road certainly can't accommodate these large trucks that are going to be located at the new FedEx building. So I guess namely what I wanted to say when I first came here tonight was that I would like for us to somehow have it so that the FedEx trucks could not access or travel to Rod Road. But just in listening to my neighbors speak as well, there's so much traffic already on Payne Road in and around Holmes Road, turning onto Holmes Road and such, that I just don't see that it would be feasible if not FedEx trucks accessing 2 Rod Road. Everyone else will be accessing 2 Rod Road. It's just the traffic is going to become unbearable, I think. And already, as Tracy Murphy expressed, it's a very narrow road. There's no sidewalks, there's no shoulders, hard to ride our bikes, hard to walk our dogs already. And I do wonder, this is a huge commercial expenditure. Why do we have an industrial park if we're putting these at the end of residential areas? I mean, I've lived in my house for 30 years. And now the end of my street is going to be industrial. I wish we could better locate heavy industrial uh, projects like this in the industrial parks that we've already set aside in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Richard Pelton and my property abuts that. One of my concerns is about the trees. You said, you know, it takes years for those trees to grow. So how many years do I have to look at this before I don't look at it with your trees? You're going through it somewhere else. You're talking about it down on this other property down in Pine Point. Same thing, putting trees up. And what she showed on pictures, you can still see it for up to 15 years. And the noise, when the town or the state is grinding pavement on the interstate, we can hear backup alarms already. And they don't think this is gonna affect backup alarms, that little berm is gonna take care of that? That's not gonna happen. And this is, just like she said, I was at the meeting when this property was taken from commercial property to light industrial. This is a full-blown commercial deal that's going on, not light industrial.
Thank you, Richard.
Good evening. Dan Dickinson, Holmes Road, Scarborough. I wanted to go last because my concerns are not residentially neighbor related, although I am a resident of Holmes Road just down the street. So these are my neighbors. And certainly Beech Ridge was very dear to my heart. I presented a letter earlier today via email. I'm sure that you guys have looked at, so that's going to be in the record. I encourage anybody to have a look at that online when it's on there. What I want to just kind of reiterate beyond my letter tonight is the section I.2 of the light industrial zone. And if you get a second to pull that up, but I would like to read from it, if I may. Sorry. Yeah, right here. Sorry about that. It's the I.2, or should I say I.3 is what I'm referring to, access management interconnections. The last statement on that says that the shared use of curb cuts and intersections and to reduce the overall number of curb cuts on Holmes Road to provide access to interior properties that do not have street frontage on Holmes Road, which means that so I'm up here to question that. Why, after all of the planning board meetings that this has gone through, and I admire Denise taking count that this is the third time or third different developer has presented, and it has changed hands. Now Setzer owns the property. And so I'm president of a company that has the 2 lots behind it. And I haven't seen anybody propose or come to me and talked about what the easement's going to look like, because I.3 says that access needs to be provided, and nobody's brought that up. I've kept quiet about it. I believe there's some bigger concerns right now with the residential and my neighbors, so I'll leave it at that. But I'd like to know why, and maybe perhaps Denise answered this question, why hasn't this been discussed deeper with all the prior times of the required access to the interior lots? Because we can't use Two Rod Road. Can't develop off of Two Rod Road. It has to be through either the junkyard property, which I'm president of that as well, or the Beech Ridge property. That's the only 2 ways. It can't go through the dump or the landfill or the town property, as they refer to it now. If it is true that what Denise says, that they're going to potentially relocate a second facility, that maybe makes a little bit more sense to why that they haven't approached this subject. Frankly, I'm surprised that nobody's brought it up, that it's required. It's a requirement of the zone, not just a suggestion. So I'd like to have further discussion with Setzer about that. I have emailed them. They have said that they are open to the subject, but at the same time, I haven't heard from them since. This has been well over a month. There is one, just if I may, one last note I want to add to that. The water and sewer subject. I'm in control of about 80 acres in this zone. And I've been since day one, since Setzer came along, since this project was proposed, willing to be a part of bringing water and sewer to this area, this zone. Particularly, Ginn Road has water and sewer at the end of it, and I have access to my property already situated. I have an easement over Kelly, the Moore's property at the end of Ginn Road, and all we need is the Turnpike's authority to do it. Who's going to pay for it? I'm willing to be a part of that discussion. So thank you for the extended time.
Thank you, Dan. Any further comments? Do we have anybody online? Thank you. Quickly. I'm getting tired.
Question is, when they're talking about all the different times that the trucks are going through, does that mean that the lights are gonna be on in this parking lot 24 hours? Yep. So can we address that in a residential?
Thank you.
Community? Thank you.
I won't put you on the spot, but you're open to any comments you want to make based on what you've heard tonight. It's not required or anything. Just want to give you the floor if you have that.
That would be great.
I know there's been several comments about combining centers or different operations into this one single center.
Real quick,
But-
ma'am, I'm sorry, would you just state your name and?
Oh, Trina Murphy, FedEx Freight, sorry.
Thank you.
I can tell you with confidence that that is not going to occur. This is a freight facility. And there is no way to combine a freight operation with those that occur at an express or ground. And there is not another freight operation within, I think the closest that we have is probably Bangor. And there is absolutely no intentions or plans to consolidate into this facility whatsoever. So this is a singular operation in and of itself.
Thank you, Tina. Go ahead.
Would you like me to have Matt Reynolds, who's the hydrogeologist, talk to the well or water? I mean, his report was pretty, I don't, I don't want to drag this out and keep everybody here until midnight, but if you think it's appropriate, we could have him come up and.
I know we'll be meeting again.
We will, yes, we will.
And it might be a time to have
Fair
that
enough.
discussion at that point.
Okay.
I want to get
I will
my
consider-
colleagues involved in the conversation as well. So for that, for the sake of time, maybe we'll take that up next meeting. As well as a little more information on the sound. I was intrigued by your sound research, the noise analysis. And it did say that this, and to quote it, I have it right here. It did say that this facility, based on the study conducted, it has been determined that the FXF facility as currently designed will require noise control measures to comply with applicable regulations on sound. You did a very good job in helping me understand some of the mitigation that can be done with the berms and the trees. I just wonder, I just not a guy that can read 18 pages. I always go to the executive summary and get it all there. If you could just outline all of the mitigation measures that can be done, kind of lay it out there. I know that's one. Is there any others? Like, you know, I heard from the audience, the backup beeping and those kind of things. That would be helpful to understand. But at this point, I'd like to have my colleagues chat about it, and I'm looking in this direction, and Jen, you haven't gone first yet, so I'll throw it to you.
Okay, understanding that you'll be back, I'll just kind of run down through the thoughts that I have quickly, and you can consider them for the next time that you're here. You mentioned a cistern to be located on site for fire suppression. I'm curious if the intent with that is to be filled by a well, by rainwater, by a pumper truck, or by some other method. Those were the only things I could come up with. Maybe you have a different plan. And this is just sort of an overall statement, but I appreciated the comment that suggested that there will be a condition of approval on this property that if and when public sewer, and perhaps we could add water to that as well, but if and when public sewer becomes available in an adjacent street, that there's a time frame for this property to tie over into that. I know that at this time that probably seems like really far off because it's really far away, and but I have experience with the opposite of that happening, where public sewer was brought down a street and not everyone connected onto it for 20 years, and it was a really a mess. So I think that's a good thing to keep documented and keep track of if and when we get to that point. You had asked about hearing from if we wanted to hear from your hydrogeologist. One question that I've had in reviewing the material and listening to the presentations tonight is just sort of as a matter of comparison, I'm curious what the intended or what the calculated water uses are of this proposed use versus what may have occurred there when this was an operational racetrack. I know often we do those types of pre and post comparisons for stormwater. We do it for traffic. It's probably not super straightforward, but even, just kind of a ballpark, I think would be helpful, at least for me, in understanding the impact of this use in this area on something that's sort of that it's kind of hard to quantify, right? Well usage. One thing in going through some of the traffic information in a couple of places, obviously you were talking about trip generation and trip rates. In some places that was further broken down between passenger vehicles and larger trucks. In some cases for this use, extremely large trucks, the double trailers. I think it would be really helpful for us to keep that in mind. And I know we don't always do that because, your average commercial site maybe is designed for a WB 67. We just kind of typically do that. But particularly when we get to the point where we're talking about queue lengths, my understanding is that the type of traffic that this site is going to generate, the queue, one vehicle coming to the site represents a very different amount of queue length than a passenger vehicle. And so I think that would be helpful to understand when we're looking at the Payne and Holmes Road intersection in particular. I understand the very common comment about shifting the stop bar back by 25 feet in order to accommodate large turning vehicles. I've probably made that comment myself in some cases, but in this case, I don't know. I guess I would like to continue to see what that looks like and what that means for the rest of the intersection. As a member of the public commented, that then, moves your line of sight back further. That's going to make the signal timings longer. It's, there's a bit of a ripple effect there. And I just want to make sure that those of us on the board are cognizant of that. Crossing distances would become longer if that's proposed.
Can I just?
Go ahead. Yeah,
A
Angel.
little bit. I just want to give a little bit of background on that, because the Downs has done improvements in that intersection. And currently a WB 50 can't make that turn. And so it's part of the Downs project is to move that stop bar back. So that's gonna be done ahead of this,
Anyway.
whether this project comes through or not, that stop bar is gonna be moved back a certain amount. That doesn't mean that this won't impact that further, like they might have to take that and look at it and see that queue length going up homes in addition, so it's like kind of adding insult to injury kind
Yeah,
of thing. So
yeah.
I just want to point out that, just so the residents know that, that will be moving back just because it's a safety issue at this time that trucks are making that turn and they're doing multiple point turns to get through there.
Mm.
So I just wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that.
that's a good point too. Which actually touches on another thought that I had, in that I'm, the Downs project and their offsite mitigation is pretty clearly laid out. I'm sorry, I just ate this while I'm talking. Hopefully it goes without saying that you're taking those into consideration. And I thought that I read, there was so much material for this, you guys, so much work to put it together and to review it. But to extend a lane or a queue lane that had just been extended. And so that makes sense, right? From everyone's sort of your own project's standpoint, but from the public's point of view, that's annoying. It's annoying. It's not always avoidable, but if there's any further coordination on some of those offsite mitigation, obviously, I think that's ideal. I'm still curious. I was happy. I know when we've heard of this project, heard from this development before, we had talked about maybe what the roadway buildup was on Holmes Road, and I'm happy to hear that we're going to be bolstering that up a bit, I'll say, to support a much heavier trucking operation. But I would just then extend the question back down to the Payne and Holmes Road intersection. My guess is that with the recent work in that area, that the town probably does know what the buildup of that road is, but heavy trucking does cause additional wear and tear on roadways. And turning those trucks in particular is even more detrimental. So if the locations where the vehicles are going to be turning, if there's insufficient buildup there, we will absolutely see rutting and pavement deterioration much more quickly. And so if there isn't, that's probably another thing that we should look at mitigating. And then that's good. I'm good. That's all. Thank you.
You all set?
Yep.
Roger, you want to go next?
I have a series of questions that maybe they don't sound like they're related, but let me just go through a couple of these. Owens, when you were speaking, you talked about the approximate time when the traffic would be the heaviest. And you referred to mid-morning traffic. Could you give me an idea what mid-morning means? In other words, I have a feeling it's not like 10 o'clock in the morning. It might be more like 6 to 8 or something like that. Or... Yeah.
I think he had a chart. Time of day.
Diane whispered in my ear, 9 to 10.
So it would be around 9 to 10.
Yeah.
And in the evening?
You want to whisper in my ear again? Because I don't have that. It's sitting over.
The reason I ask that is because we're finding homes, especially with Costco now, I think. We're finding Holmes Road, people who live west of Scarborough are using Holmes Road to get into Costco and places like that, and Holmes Road was never designed for that type of traffic, that level of traffic. So I'm thinking of people going to work. They would be going to work before that time frame. So hopefully that would alleviate some of that.
So in the afternoon, it looks like based on the total peak, 4 to 5 had 10 trips and 5 to 6 had 8 trips in the PM. In the afternoon, 12 to 1 was 1 trip, 1 to 2 didn't show any.
Hmm.
2 to 3 showed one. What's that? Those are just the truck trips, but
Yeah,
I think that's what we were talking about, the big trips. Yeah.
okay. And you're still talking to Bill Bray?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I think that's, I mean, to me, traffic is gonna be the big issue with this. And getting that resolved, so you know, it can alleviate some of the pain that, I mean, I can understand, trying to go anywhere west of Portland in the, late afternoon is a challenge. And trying to get into Portland in the morning is a challenge, as you know. So that's gonna be a big issue, and I think the other one that, like Jen brought up, is the queuing with the turn lanes, both on Payne Road and Holmes Road. That's gonna be critical too, because these are large trucks. So we're not talking about just passenger cars going into Costco. We're talking about trucks, you know, on a very narrow road. I just wanted to add another thing about Two Rod Road. It seemed, if I recall, when the rugby operation got approved, we basically told them we didn't want any trucks on. Didn't we say we didn't want any trucks, or did we just forget about that, the construction trucks?
I don't know if we ever discussed construction trucks.
Yeah, I know we talked a lot about not having traffic going to the rugby facility, going down Two Rod Road from Holmes Road, coming in from the other.
Coming in
way.
from the other way?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
So I'm just kind of curious, is there anything we could do to alert the construction people that to stay off of Two Rod Road?
Well,
Can you
the
put your
road,
sheriff's badge on and go down there?
without something specifically in their condition of approval, it's really
Yeah.
goes by how it's posted, right? And it is no through trucks, but that doesn't mean that if you have a construction site, you can't go to the site and back out of the site.
Right.
During construction activity, and it wasn't, I guess the only difference would be the planning board has the ability probably to say, you can't say no trucks because they need to build the site. It would be, what is the construction route? And that does get problematic to enforce, because it would be every time a truck goes by, you can call the police. And then by the time, I think we've heard from other applicants, we were talking about being to call the police, and then they do respond, but it's obviously the truck is gone at that point. So, it gets difficult to enforce, but it's definitely in the purview of this planning board to specify a construction route. I think in this case, it's a little different because if they were bringing construction traffic, say from Two Rod, from the Payne Road, all the way down, that is a through trip, right? You're going all the way from start to finish, from Payne to Holmes. So that would not be allowed for this site because that is
Right,
technically a
that-
through trip.
Right.
And I think it's important to assure the residents of Two Rod Road that your vehicles are gonna be exiting your site, turning right, you know, on Holmes Road down to Payne Road. And,
Again, I don't know how, sorry.
I,
Right now it is posted, a certain size truck
Yeah.
is not allowed, the through truck.
Yeah.
So the box trucks, some of the larger box trucks are allowed. So we had this conversation when we first, I think, talked about putting the no through trucks. Because there was a lot of conversation around dump trucks going through there from gravel pits. And for the town to enforce, we can't really just say, okay, that's a dump truck, you can't go down here, but this truck can, you can't like pick and choose, so it's kind of like this weight limit, right? So it would need to, if that's the direction it goes, it's really an ordinance change to lower that kind of weight limit, because right now the police couldn't enforce them to not use the road.
so I guess, in this case here, with the type of operation you're talking about where your freight is on skids, pallets, if you're leaving your facility and say you have something's going to a business in Standish, it's quite possible you could go out of your location and turn left on Holmes Road and head west.
It's possible. I mean, not knowing.
Not knowing, yeah.
I mean, I can tell you on the 2 lot issue, it's been clearly.
Yeah.
Needs to be on record. Thank you.
Trina Murphy, FedEx. It has been, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but this has been designed in such a way that we know that 2-rod is restricted from our use. And so it has been communicated throughout this whole thing that our trucks would not be using 2-rod road.
Yeah.
In any circumstance. Now, going left on Holmes, I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay.
Because we've not had that conversation,
Sure.
but certainly could.
Okay, I don't want to take up too much more time. Let me just make sure I have all my little. On this report here, on the sound, the acoustics, do your vehicles have the new broadband sound for backup versus the?
That I would have to find out. All of our vehicles are OSHA standards, so we comply with all rules and regulations as far as OSHA is concerned. State, city, ordinance, whatever those are required.
Yeah.
But I would have to, that in particular.
I'm just kind of curious because it was in this report, you know?
And it, you guys may have already verified that and I'm just not aware.
We just went with what was it? We'll have to look at that,
Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah, I just
I'll
kinda
have to
curious
talk back
because-
with the sound study folks and see.
On previous sessions on these projects, at this location, one of the issues came up was trucks backing up and the residents hearing beep, 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 you know, during the.
They can't shut, I mean, that's a it's an OSHA requirement, so they can't shut those alarms off. It's a safety thing for workers, but.
Right, but they have this other thing now, it's called the broadband sound, which is described as whooshing. It's not beeping, I guess it's a more subtle.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to the sound folks on that, but, thank you. I'll
Yeah.
make a note on that.
The last observation I would make, I was going through your material, and, all your displays of all the different FedEx locations around the country. And one of the things that struck me was that they all seem to be in nice, wide open spaces. Unlike, say, this one, which is tucked in, in a challenging street grid, if you want to call it a grid, with a neighborhood nearby too, so that's what makes it a little bit more challenging.
I guess I can, so this, I haven't toured across the country, so I can't answer all the questions, but you look at the one in Portland there, that's one of their issues, is that one's confined in, it's not enough space. This site offered more than enough space, and ironically, we're actually gonna occupy a smaller footprint when we're done than what the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway did. We're actually reducing the amount of developed area for this project, so.
That Portland facility, that wasn't built for FedEx, that was another facility, right?
That was
FedEx
off-
Moved into.
It was not built for us.
No.
Yeah, okay.
You all set, Roger?
Yes, I am, thank you.
Thanks. James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few things here. First item, a brief housekeeping one. Last time we'd spoke on this, I think it was last year, there's a public comment that there was a request maybe to clean up some of the graffiti on the fencing that's on the home road side. I go up there with a can of gray spray paint, do it myself, but maybe if that could be looked at some point within the next month or so. It's just a small patch. One thing that kind of concerns me about this particular project is previously you would have the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway that was operating 46 to 48 nights per year. It was done by 10 and it was over with. This is realizing this is going to be a 24/7, 365-day operation, which is permitted in the zone that is dictated here in light commercial. And it was done, part of it was Long Range Planning Committee back in January 2013. But the tricky here, one of the major facets here is that this operation is directly abutting a rural farm zone. This is a very quiet part of town. And this would be an irrevocable change once FedEx would move in. My opinion, I feel that public water needs to be a part of this project. We have a letter from the fire chief here tonight. He's general comment on this. There are inherent benefits to having a comprehensive public water distribution system that supplies and fire protection hydrants. As I'm roughly quoting this email here, it's part of the public record. At the most basic level, extending public water over the turnpike would in fact provide some additional fire protection capacity. And I feel like with an opportunity like this, with a company that's coming in here with such a big footprint and such a wide impact to not just this part of town, but all the residents, this entire portion of Scarborough west of the turnpike. I'd like to see a bigger consideration of this, especially since we've heard tonight from an abutter, there'd be a willingness to help maybe share some of the cost. Is it Trina? May I ask you a couple questions? Awesome. How long, you said you have a similar freight facility up in Bangor. How long have you operated that facility approximately?
15 years.
15 years. Now, would you say, in your experience with these similar freight facilities throughout the US that you have, how long do you hold on to these buildings? Like if you go somewhere, what's the average time of your stay?
Wow. I can tell you, for instance, on this particular project, we would go into a 15-year lease and we would have 2 5-year options to extend. So when we plan these to be able to make them usable for at least 25 years. So the only time that relocation is required is if we outgrow a site and we're not able to expand, or if customer base changes. Maybe all of manufacturing, industrial moves to another side of Chicago, moves from one side to the other, and you just can't effectively service and pick up and deliver and that kind of thing. That might change where we're at. But when we plan these and we plan for where we're at, there's a lot of data and effort that goes into it to understand where we should be. So this would be a long-term home for FedEx Freight in this community.
Great, thank you. And that's pleasing to hear for me. As an engineer myself, we design buildings for clients that want to last a very long time. We want to see people in their buildings for a very long time. And with you coming to Scarborough in such a big, in really such a big way, this is a big deal for us, if you can't tell. Looking at your longevity and how long you operate this facility, next time you guys come around, like I want to see, I'd love to hear some stories or some examples of what FedEx gives back to communities that you go into. Because here, I wanted to see what, I guess it's more from a selfish standpoint from the town. Like I want to see what you'd be willing to bring to the table for the town. Again, yes, you're legally allowed to operate your facility in this light commercial zone, but clearly, light industrial zone, excuse me, but clearly there is an issue here where there's a lack of public water, there's a lack of services. People want to see a sidewalk down Two Rod Road. People want to see services and amenities. They're just being taken from. And what really needs to be seen here is what is being given back. I'd love to hear some stories about supporting local municipalities, school programs. Again, if you're going to be here for 15 to 20 years, I want to see you as like a member of this community, like giving back. And I think that would be something that's really, really important if this project goes through and you do end up in this location, seeing what sort of impact that you could have beneficially in our town. There was a meeting over at the public safety building that went on tonight. I was kind of hoping there was spillover that would come over here, but didn't look that way. Discussing what a new school building committee or a new school would look like, because that's a real big challenge in our town right now. And I'm not speaking from any level of authority on this. I'm just saying these are the conversations that are going around in our town right now, where people are faced with higher property taxes. People are faced with a lot of development going on. People are faced with a new school that needs to be paid for by this town. And if you're going to come in here and take such a big chunk, especially in a place that's very sacred to this town, has a lot of local history there, that's just been operating for a very long time. What can you give back to us? You need to convince us and show us that you're willing to be a good player in this community, in this town. And that's, I want to see that here. So thank you for listening to me. Other questions I have, I guess I'm going to transition back to our colleagues at Sebago Technics real quick. Speaking of the lighting, looking at the 5000K 70 CRI, I know this was an initial submission that's been corrected. Question for town is this, was it the first submission to you folks with this 5000K and the 70 CRI? Okay. So one thing that stands to me in this point is that our lighting standards should have been looked at before your design was initially completed. We have these lighting ordinances published. We spend a lot of time doing them. Kind of wastes our time a little bit and wastes your time as well, producing photometrics that will have to be automatically redone again because they don't meet our ordinance of 3000K for outside and 80 CRI. Your light levels at your boundary of your calculations, they're 2 to 3 foot candles. And I want to see where the levels drop off between the edge of the fence and the property line. Right now, it's sort of a giant gap. And I want to see how quickly that drops off there, because that's really important. We're showing 12+ foot candles in some areas of the parking, and 18-foot candles in some locations directly under these poles. I mean, it only takes 10 to 15-foot candles to light a corridor inside of a building. And these are, 18-foot candles directly under a light fixture. It's a lot of light. And yes, we have things in place with our lighting ordinance that have full cutoff. We specify CRI, color temperature, bug ratings. But the issue here with lighting pollution, and everyone's getting an education now, sorry, not sorry, but the light pollution is more than just full cutoff fixtures and house side shields. You need to look at the intensity in which you're hitting the ground with your lumen output, that's how much light you're putting out, and the reflectivity off of everything on the ground into the sky. This includes glass, this includes metal, this includes anything shiny, light colored vehicles like a whole bunch of white trucks. Insider scoop, if you ever see anybody doing lighting calculations at night and they're wearing a white shirt, that's probably a sign for concern, because usually white reflects, right? White, the color white will give you a higher reflectivity and more light that's bounced out. So it's not just what you're showing directly in the ground, but what's being reflected back up into the sky. And I'm sorry, but I will not support a waiver for 30-foot tall light poles. Those are unnecessary and do not belong in Scarborough, nor any place that has a sustainable goal of reducing light pollution. There are other solutions that can be done here. Yes, it's going to be a little bit more expensive with additional poles and fixtures, and I understand that. It just is what it is. One thing that was missed in the elevation view of Mr. Richard Pelton's property, going inside, you see the berm, the 8 to 12-foot berm, you see the 15-foot tall fixtures, but you don't see those 30-foot tall fixtures that would be a little bit further back, more into the center of the parking lot, but they would certainly be visible and they would certainly have an impact. I think a lot of the folks here on Holmes Road will recognize that you can see the sort of blob of light that comes from Costco at the end of the road. I mean, that's your prime example right there of just light reflecting down on pavement and reflecting back up into the sky on an empty parking lot at night, and you can see that. So there needs to be a lot of work here to address these issues, and I'm not asking you to change the color of your trucks. That's just silly. But we can lower the light, we can lower the poles, we can do other things here to help suppress the light pollution that's going to be going on in this space. Let's see, sidewalks. I think I mentioned that real quick. Coming along the entirety of Two Rod Road, something public water sewer that could be coupled with this, that would be awesome. That'd be really great. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think, roadway issues and public water additional. I'm not done with that yet. I know there've been some discussions about addressing issues at the Holmes Road intersection. There has to be. The trucks that turn onto Holmes Road from Payne Road South on 95, like that corner just cuts way too sharp. And I fear that this project without upgrades to that intersection would deeply impact this area, which has already been heavily impacted. I think Roger mentioned people coming from Buxton Hollis area to go to Costco coming down Holmes Road, or people from Gorham, they're going to come down Holmes Road to go to Costco because you're bypassing 3 or 4 traffic lights because you don't have to go on Gorham Road. This is from someone who lives around there. So you find out where the sneaky paths are to get to these places, and without some substantial roadway upgrade between the site and the Payne Road intersection, or some sort of plan, I don't see how 40, 48-foot and 50-foot long trucks are just coming down, up and down this road. You're gonna have point of view sightline issues with smaller cars that are trying to transition to going to work. Just trying to navigate that intersection is gonna be a real big challenge. And again, this zone is light commercial. The town back in 2013 said that this was okay to have this here. And I'm not saying that I would vote against it or vote yes for it. I am saying that a lot of work needs to be done for us to consider having this brought here. My last, that is it. Just really, the public water issue is a big deal for me. Not you really looking for you to be a good neighbor here. This would be a huge deal for the town, and really give you a chance to be a hero. And I said this exact same thing last year to the other developer when we were talking about this mysterious trucking company that wanted to come into the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway. That's all I have to say for right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You will see it again.
I am sure I will.
Thanks, James. Ben?
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Could you just correct one thing that you said, and I meant to say this earlier?
Please do.
The operation, it is a Monday through Friday. It's not 24/7, 365.
Okay.
And it's limited between those hours that are kind of defined in the trips that you saw, but it is not a 7-day-a-week operation. Just so.
I stand corrected. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hard act to follow, but I want to say that I really do appreciate some of my colleagues' expertise on traffic and lighting. Those were two of my major concerns as well, and without repeating things at 10:30 at night, I fully agree. I did want to raise maybe I don't know how Mr. Dickinson's letter about the easements. The question is, if the requirement is at the end, that someone must give them access, is that just whoever the last one to develop is? And then they're screwed out of it, so it never happens? Or do you have to have, is there some way we can have how do you figure that out? And I'm not sure if we have to talk about that with this project or not, but I don't know how to, I don't want to forget about that. And I don't want it shouldn't just be falling to the last parcel to be developed that surrounds his property. I also want to thank staff because these staff comments were very well organized. I've been involved with this one and the other project before, but it's made it way easier to follow. No, but in general, I don't have a whole lot. Oh wait, maybe I do. One more thing. Yeah, the water, which is, as James mentioned, I do see why it would be difficult to have one site that comes in be responsible for bringing in public water, especially when they're using, as they say, 2,000 gallons a day. But I also, there's arguments to be made that the impact to the community maybe justifies at least some of that, some help with that area. And yeah, I'm sorry, I've had a long night. I had a red eye last night. So I'm gonna stop there, but yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. It has been a long night, and I'm not going to echo some of the thoughts of my colleagues, but two things that I think I'd like to leave with you as you go forth and take all of this in. Two things, and I'll go back to Ben. I think there needs to be a conversation between you folks and Dan and figure out this access. There's some conflicting ways to do it, but I think if we just live in our silos, we're never going to figure it out. So I would strongly recommend some conversations on how we might be able to have access to property owners that have the right to have access to their land. And I know the wetlands are a significant bump in the road, but I would feel better if we all were at the table and and you were talking and trying to figure this out. Maybe there's no way, I don't know, but we can't do it in our silo. And number two, I gotta see some more support on why you need that many parking spots based on what I saw on your grid for your trips and all of these parking spots. I just don't understand why so many parking spots. So I would hope that you will continue to work with our traffic engineer and staff and present to us why you need that many parking spots. And maybe if we can shrink it and provide even more buffer with the abutters, I'm all ears, but I just, based on what I saw on your hours and your trips, I don't know how you can fill that up. So bring that data back. I'm sorry, public comment is over?
There's been a comment made that's not true.
Well, we're done with comments. You're free to submit anything that you feel was not correct. You can submit information for us. But at this juncture, I think what I need to do is check in with staff to see if there's any other items that we should be looking at for the next round.
I would say the only thing we didn't talk about is the conservation requirement for the wetlands. And so that's part of that conversation with the abutters.
That's
to
kind of
be
where
added.
I was going with that. Okay. And to the applicants, do you have any further questions from us? You heard it, got an earful.
It's okay, that's what we
And
expected.
it's always a labor of love when you do these kind of
That's
things.
fine.
And
So-
we all can get to the same place, maybe not at the same time.
It's okay. Well, we, like I said, when I started the presentation tonight, we wanted to continue the dialogue, but one thing we've put a lot of work into this. We have a hydrogeologist, we've done stormwater, filed our DEP, brought in a noise study. And I think one step in the process is a completeness review. That doesn't mean you approve everything. It just means that we've submitted the initial information to move forward with the project. And I guess I'm asking staff and the board if we're at that point, because I think to decide on this whole question around public water and the number of parking spaces in Dickerson, those are all part of the conversation that continues to happen. But it seems like we've addressed at least that portion of it, so we can kind of get through that piece and continue on with addressing everything else. I think that's just a step in the process.
Yeah, I do think it's a step, and I think, with the staff comments and with our peer reviewers and their comments and what you've heard tonight, I think you can fine tune this and fine tune it in a way in which some of our comments have been addressed. I still don't get how come you need that many parking spots. So that hasn't been resolved for me based on what I've seen. So I'd like you to work with staff and our consultants and see if you can, answer our questions that we raised and the points we raised. Roger, quickly, please.
Yes, quickly. Mr. Dickerson made a comment. If I understood him correctly, he sort of implied that there's something legally in some documents that provide access to those landlocked lots.
It's in the ordinance.
Oh, it's in the ordinance?
Interior.
Okay, we're not gonna go, we're gonna talk about the site access. That was a point I've already raised. So let's just, I think the conversation needs to be had.
Well, that's the point I was trying to make. I
Okay,
wanted to make
I've
it
made that point.
We shouldn't just brush that aside because that should be clarified.
Agreed,
Okay.
agreed. Autumn?
I was just gonna say, I think I'm gonna ask a hard question for Owens that he doesn't want to ask. And I think the water conversation is a really big one. You all put a lot of comments out there. The water, the traffic, I think they can address that. Some more answers about why the park. I think we all want to know why so many parking spaces. We keep asking that. That's not a new question. And making sure that the traffic analysis is really complete and we feel comfortable with it. But the water is the big question. The sidewalks on Two Rod Road, that's a big question, I think, that you might want more guidance on. If you are supposed to run down that path, I feel like I don't as staff, because we're gonna have a meeting after this and I don't know how to guide him in this next step at what level they're supposed to do. I feel like the zoning is in place. They've met the majority of our site plan standards. They've put in place the landscape and the berm and the buffer. They need to address the lighting. But outside of those things, I just guess it would be really important to be clear with them on what the next steps, besides like traffic and stormwater, those things.
Thank you for more articulately putting together sort of what I was thinking earlier, but, I think that, you know, it sounds like you're planning and it sounds like the town already has some things in place to, prevent, avoid, whatever terminology you want to use, these heavy trucks from using Two Red Road. I think that's pretty clear. One concern that I have, and I'm guessing I'm probably not alone in this, is that so if all of this truck traffic is then moving through the Payne and Holmes Road intersection, I think it would be reasonable for us to expect an uptick in through traffic on Two Rod Road. And so I don't know how you look at that, but I would love you to show it to us. If there's a way to model that in some way, if you have the baseline traffic or any additional volume numbers, maybe now that Costco is online. And, you know, we certainly have additional projection traffic data coming from the rest of the build out for the downs. And so with like, I think what we heard tonight, and we have heard this repeatedly before, is that there's already a traffic problem according to the residents on Two Rod Road. It's fast and the volume is increasing. That's probably to be expected. I think we're seeing that in a lot of places around town. But I think if this project is going to impact that additionally, I think a sidewalk conversation maybe does make some sense. Or it might not, that might not be the right treatment, but we should be informed about what we should be talking about for treatments. Is maybe it's a sidewalk, maybe it's wider shoulders, maybe it's a traffic calming deployment, maybe it's all three of those things. But anyway, so that's not going to be for us to decide. But you help us understand what those impacts could be to that roadway, just like you would help us understand the stormwater implications from the development of the site, on abutting properties. That's kind of how I see it.
Mhm.
Is that kind of what you were? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Diane's taking notes.
Anybody have anything else? Anything from you folks? I know you've been here a long time.
It's okay. I guess, back to Autumn's comment, I'm not sure how to respond to the public water. We're such a small user. I mean, we have some toilets and sinks for people to come in and wash their hands and flush toilets and basically use comfort facilities. No wash bays, nothing else. It's a heavy water user. And this, to bring water line over, I've had conversations with Bob Bartels at the Water District. It's millions of dollars to get over there, millions. It's not inexpensive.
No, and
we're generating almost negligible amount of water. If we were putting in a processing facility, that'd be a different story, something that was a heavy water user. But these are employees that come in and wash their hands and go to the bathroom. There's nothing else that's going on the site with it. So, and no question, I think my customer the client would agree that if someday public water came out by, they would connect into it or they would connect in the sewer. I mean, but to saddle them with, it's millions of dollars. We've had conversations with the district about it. It's just not practical for this sort of.
no, and it's not required that you have to do that, but we have public comment here tonight that says, let's just talk it out and come to an understanding. I, for one, do not think it's a project killer that you don't bring in water from the turnpike. But I'm only one, and I do believe in conversations amongst the community. And so that's what I'm asking for.
Fair enough. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
I can clarify the water a little bit.
Quickly, please.
Okay. No, I won't. I'm fine. I'm good. What I said was what I said.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, next agenda item is staff report, 5.01 minor development reviews.
We don't have any at this time. I think we did get one today that I'll include on the next meeting. In terms of, building permits and COs, I think the, biggest building permit that had been issued is, Atlantic Credit Union in Tugen.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Eric, you
Yeah.
can hold up 1 second. Hey, folks.
We're still having a meeting, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
So, are you all set with the minor development?
Yep.
Okay, 5.02 administrative amendment reports.
Yep, we've had three of these in the last month or so. Piper Shores woodshed expansion, which is under review. 108 Muzzy Road, which you might remember was approved in 2017 or 2018. The former M&R Holdings office. Currently, they're coming up for an addition or for a fit up for a real estate company. They do want to add 2 parking spaces where the current dumpster pad is, so that's pretty negligible. And then the final one is the Martin Starbucks change of use for that second commercial tenant space from retail to a restaurant that's expected to move in there.
Oh, restaurant.
So, yep, those are the 3.
Perfect. All right, 6.01 correspondence.
None at this time.
6.02 planning board comments. Quickly. It's 10:35. Anybody?
Good job, Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for navigating through this meeting. Sometimes it's a learning curve too, but we got through it. Sorry I didn't get it done by 10:30, but Rachel will give me a call tomorrow and chew me out.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I just also wanted to reiterate how awesome I found the staff comments this time. They were like so much more organized. I mean, maybe, I don't know, they were just like, this way easier to follow stuff than sometimes it is. Like listing out what we might have for potential draft motions and all that is just really appreciate it. So thanks.
Yeah, as always, certainly appreciate the efforts of our staff. So thank you. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, we're done.